Come to order. This morning we're fortunate to be able to meet in beautiful Winter Park, Colorado. It's Wednesday, June 12th for the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting. We have a very full agenda as always, and we are going to begin our meeting with the presentation of the colors. And we're honored today to have the American Legion Post 88 from Grand County to present those for us. So gentlemen, please proceed.
Honor Guard, present arms. Please join us in the pledge. Where do you lead?
A pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Rest.
Thank you. It's an honor for us to have our nation's colors presented in that means, so we will now ask Diana to take roll call.
Bailey. Here. Beaulieu. Here. Haskett.
Here.
Murphy. Here. Otero.
Present.
Phillips.
Here.
Reading.
Here.
Touchton.
Present.
Vardy.
Present.
Chair May.
Present.
All present.
Thank you, Diana. We'll now move into agenda item number 2, the approval of the minutes from our May meeting, which was held in Montrose, Colorado. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Commissioner Reading moved. Commissioner Murphy second. All those in favor to approve the minutes as presented signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. We'll move to a request for any corrections to our agenda. Are there any corrections that should be done with our agenda? Next, we'll ask for any items to be removed from the consent agenda. Does anybody have any items they would like removed from the consent agenda? Okay, I believe then Commissioner Haskett.
Can we add the solar resolution or the renewable resolution to the agenda that I handed out to everyone?
I'll look for counsel from either Councilor Matter or Director about an addition to the agenda.
I would suggest we do it during commissioner comments. I think Commissioner Haskett can raise the issue that she's interested in at that time, and you proceed with this item.
Very good, suitable. We'll proceed then with that. So I see no corrections to the agenda. Does anybody have anything they would like to remove from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I believe we will just wait on that consent agenda motion till tomorrow. So we'll now move into commissioners' questions or comments. So I'll open the floor to any commissioners that have any comments. Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Chair May. Since our last meeting, I was lucky to attend WAFWA with Commissioner Haskett. And just a little recap from that meeting. We started off by getting a tour of the fishery there in Oregon. And their fisheries are really cool, at least the one that we got to see, in that it has a really strong focus on the visitor experience. And at that particular fishery, they had a sturgeon viewing area where you could see these giant sturgeons. And there was so many kids and people from the community that came to kind of see and understand and learn from. And I just thought it was a really, really great way to utilize a fishery as kind of a community space and public amenity. And I'd love to see us explore more opportunities to use our fisheries as community spaces, as well as ways to engage the public in that side of our wildlife management. In addition, we had several meetings where commissioners from all the different states got to get together, discuss how business operates on our commissions, as well as explore which issues were kind of common and unique to our states. And I left feeling really proud of this commission. We are, as far as I could tell, the largest commission in WAFWA in terms of the most members. We also have the greatest diversity on our commission in terms of people coming from different viewpoints and representing different interests in our state. And even though we have kind of a greater diversity of interests and backgrounds on our commission than most of the other ones that I saw, and the larger commission, our commission also appears to be one of the more effective ones in terms of being able to come to compromise, work through issues, and just have a kind of a cordial working relationship. So congratulations to us. I think we're doing a great job. The issues that were brought up that were really commonplace across states that seemed that most of the states were dealing with. A lot of discussion on sagebrush habitat, specifically renewable energy development impacts on sagebrush habitat, impacts of fire and climate change on sagebrush habitat and other kind of water sensitive issues. Wild horses were a big topic of discussion. And then I think across the board, the most significant thing that everyone's dealing with is managing people as part of wildlife management. And so I'm really pleased that social science has become such a big component of what this agency does and focuses on. Yeah, it was a really great event, and I definitely recommend that other commissioners take the opportunity to attend and just kind of learn from and connect with what is happening in the West across wildlife policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vardy. Commissioner Reading.
Thank you, Chair May. Since the last commission meeting, I was honored to host at Butterfly Pavilion the signing of a couple bills by the governor, including the invertebrate one, and rare plant invertebrates and rare plants, which are now recognized by the state and allows the state to do research on those particular organisms and basically just recognize them as wildlife, which is, you know, something we needed to do, I think. And I'm very proud of the state for doing that and joining our other states. I also attended the Sportsman's Caucus last month, which was great. And yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Reading. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chairman. I had a few slides if our IT, they're on the ball. Well, following up with what Commissioner Reading said, I was at the bill signing as well at the Butterfly Pavilion, and our new authority over invertebrates, mainly insects. I just wanted to give an example of the brave new world our staff is going to be getting into. You know, most people immediately leap to pollinators when they think about, you know, important insects. But there's all sorts of things, and I would like to mention dung beetles. These are the little beetles that bury balls of dung. They are basically fertilizing prairie and aerating the soil and keeping the soil healthy. I didn't know this, but there is a very rare dung beetle called the rainbow scarab dung beetle. It was a specialist in bison poop. And the Denver Zoo decided to come search for it on our preserve since we have plenty of bison poop. The reason it's imperiled is you would think cow poop is a reasonable substitute for bison poop, but it's not because most cows are typically treated with dewormers and things to keep the fleas and ticks from pestering them, which makes their poop poisonous to an insect that's going to lay its larva in the poop. I learned cow poop is also more nutritious than bison poop to a dung beetle, and the nutrition of the poop determines the sex of the offspring. So if you have higher nutrition poop, you get all males, and you don't really have another generation following behind. So the Denver Zoo has been able to find 5 of these beetles in the state. They've got them in they're trying to start a captive breeding program and re-release them to their captive bison herds at Genesee, which we all probably drove by, and Daniels Park. But anyway, I thought I had a few slides to show. That's me digging a hole to make a trap to catch these dung beetles. You want to go to the next one? That is a dung beetle trap. So there's a bowl underneath. That little bag hanging down from the plastic plate is filled with human poop, which I was fascinated to learn, and our staff is going to learn this if they work on these rare beetles, is the #1 poop out there. We're rarely #1 in the animal world, but apparently our poop is highly desirable because of our diet. I didn't have to participate because being a vegan, my poop is less desirable than you omnivores. So I got off the hook on providing a sample, but that's I saw a lot of PhDs pooping in bags to make these. Go to the next slide. Please. So the first creature attracted to human poop put on the prairie was strangely bison. And you can go to the next slide. And they destroyed all the traps. They were very offended that someone had dispersed human poop across their terrain. So I had to move them, and then we rebuilt everything, and you can go to the next slide. That's a more common kind of dung beetle, and you can see their sort of basic behavior is they collect a ball of poop, they'll roll that across the prairie to a location they mysteriously choose, dig a burrow, and then bury it underground. And then that's the male. After he's got a sweet setup like that, he'll attract a female to come and lay her eggs in his burrow. Go ahead to the next one. So that, we did find the rainbow scarab. That was our initial, and you can see it's exactly what the name says. It's very brightly colored. I think I have one more slide. That's when we had him all cleaned up and posing for his modeling photo. But anyway, I think it's a fascinating new world, and I was delighted that the legislature saw fit to give us authority to start managing some of these beneficial but almost vanished insects that we might want to keep around. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. I'll take 30 seconds for my comments here to piggyback off of yours. Audubon Society has started the Audubon Conservation Ranching Program, and to be part of that program, it's a very strict protocol as far as the handling of the cattle, the habitat that you leave behind, the benefits of cattle to the habitat, but very specifically dung beetles. Ranchers such as that are enrolled in that program do not use any insecticides. And as a matter of fact, right now, this past week, the fly pressure has gotten really bad in our part of the country. And what we use for fly control is salt blocks with garlic, very effective. So we put salt blocks out for our cattle that are infused with garlic oil, and it's surprisingly effective. So there are many things, many people conscious of that. So that was my comment. I'll move on to Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair May. Yeah, and thanks for sharing those pictures and hearing about all the fascinating approaches to studying yeah, tiny things. It's exciting. Two things that happened since the last meeting. One is I got to participate in what was dubbed the Engagement Academy at the National Conservation Training Center, where we were able to recruit participants from multiple fish and wildlife agencies from across the U.S. to have a broad conversation about how we can engage and recruit and participate and represent more diverse sections of the American public, and really had robust conversations around agency culture, around history, and our approaches to fish and wildlife management across the U.S., and really got a great conversation started about where we can be thinking about going. And I'm eager to continue some of those conversations here in the state, and also to share how CPW is modeling some of what the good work that can be done to engage broader perspectives and broader swaths of the public. And then exciting, and hopefully I'll have maybe some images at the next commission meeting. We're starting some work on, with a graduate student, monitoring bison populations at Daniels and Genesee Parks, and trying to understand how their presence is influencing small and large mammal populations and also vegetation, and hopefully contributing to some of the growing literature on the benefits of bison ecology across the state and across the nation. So yeah, I hope to have more to share on that in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. I've done a lot since the last meeting. We had a GOCO, a new committee, a CPW committee, to kind of be more informative to the GOCO members, and that was really good. We also had a GOCO meeting after that with our regular committees. I went to the last draw process working group meeting. I want to say that was a great group of people. We had one non-resident hunter that I was a little doubtful at first, but he was very helpful, had a lot of knowledge of how things worked in other states, which was good for us to know, and a lot of residents who understood the process very well. Commissioner Vardy and I, along with several staff members, went to Washington for a week. I will say it was beautiful. The meeting was good. Meeting with other commissioners from other states, it's very informative. We came up with like Commissioner Vardy said, we came up with a list of hot topics. All of us pretty much have the same topics. The one comment I will make that I found interesting was several states have committees on some of this stuff. I think that could benefit us if we would also look at doing that. I know Washington does, Arizona does. I can't remember who else, but technology was one of the top ones. We're constantly fighting technology and what the new things are coming out. Renewable energy was at the top of that list. And we've talked about it for years of, the habitat, the threatened endangered species, migration corridors, critical wildlife, or critical winter range. I handed out a resolution. It's in front of you guys. And I guess I'd like to see if we're still wanting to move on this, and if we could get it on the July agenda. But what's everybody's temperature on that as far as doing that? We've been talking about it for 2 or 3 years, I think. So, and I don't know what protocol would be for that, Jake, as far as.
There, Counselor. Go ahead and key in. Maybe I can bring your mic up.
Sure. Thank you. So the Commission's operations policy kind of talks about the agenda setting and that sort of thing. The Commission doesn't always act with a great deal of formality, and this is sort of meant to be an informal discussion a lot of times, but at the end of the day, the chair and the director under the policy are charged with developing future agendas. And there are a number of topics that have been discussed, particularly over the past few months, which are identified in the chair notes, and there's a long list of them, and that includes renewable energy development. So I think if the Commission as a whole wants to hear this in July or at a future meeting, it certainly can, but I want to be sensitive to the role of the director and the chair to develop agendas, and I want to read actually from the policy, because it's your policy and you get to interpret it in the way you see fit. So it says agenda items and/or activities. The chair is responsible for providing direction to staff on and approving final agendas. Any commissioner may request that an item be placed on the agenda. Such requests will be directed to the commission's assistant. The commission's assistant will subsequently confer with the director and the chair. If approved by the chair, the division staff will work with the chair and the commissioner requesting the item to ensure that staff is appropriately prepared for that item. If the chair does not support a request to add an agenda item or items, the requesting commissioner may bring the matter up for the entire commission for a decision at its next meeting. And I think the question is, are we at the next meeting? Have the prior discussions sort of triggered this desire by an individual commissioner to place something on the agenda? And so I think that's a matter of interpretation for the commissioners, and in particular the chair and the director of, and I think even assuming you were to be interested in a renewable resolution of some sort, it's a pretty complicated task, and I think would require, a meeting or two. I think Commissioner Haskett has developed this draft. Don't let me put words in your mouth, but this is a starting point. I don't think she's looking for it to be adopted today or in this iteration, but I think she's looking to prompt that conversation.
Yeah, you are correct. It's just a draft. It's a start. We've been talking about it for a long time, and it's extremely important to everything we do. So, but that's up to you.
Commissioner Haskett, I agree with Counselor that this is a topic that has been brought up for months, and I think it's got strong consensus on the commission. So I'll leave it in the hands of the director, but my thought is this does need to come before the commission as a discussion item, and hopefully that can be worked in. Since we've been talking about for so long, our agenda just keeps getting more complicated and more complicated. But I would like to think that we could bring this up, especially with the interest we have, and I'll use this as the opportunity to talk about the future agenda topics. We have done that for several months. We've had the opportunity for commissioners to bring up topics that they think should be before the commission and are of interest to them, with the criteria that if it's a consensus amongst the commission, it's not just one or two commissioners that want to talk about it, it's putting undue pressure on staff. But so we have identified this as a procedure that we can go through, and we've got a pretty substantial list of topics that I believe are the consensus of the commission. So we've adopted that list. We put that list in the hands of the director, which he will appropriately deal with it. So that's why we suspended that agenda item for this one meeting, because we have such an extensive list that we don't feel it's appropriate to keep adding to that list until we deal with some that have been talked about for months. So we're suspending that agenda item for this one meeting. It's not for future, it's just for this one meeting. And I think this will give us the opportunity, especially the director and his staff, to determine which of these, and I think you identified it. I think the process that you brought is appropriate. My recommendation would be that we do put this topic on the next meeting's agenda, because I think we have strong consensus for it. So I'll leave that in the hands of the director from there. But I believe, okay, I was going to say we didn't have another commissioner, but Commissioner Touchton, go ahead and then I'll finish my comments.
Well, I just wanted to support where you were headed, which we have talked about it for quite a bit. I'm delighted that Commissioner Haskett put this work in to get us to move forward. And I really think we're at a critical juncture, particularly in Dallas and I neighborhood. There are species that if everything that's been talked about gets built, I'm thinking of the lesser prairie chicken, it's probably gone from Colorado. So, I mean, I really think we need to get a handle on this sooner rather than later, or we're going to lose some of the things we're supposed to be protecting. And I feel that would be a failure of the commission not to do something.
And I agree. I think that's why this topic is so important, because it is far-reaching. It's not a one-topic item. It touches migration corridors, it touches endangered species, it touches habitat, it touches everything that we deal with. So I think it's past time that we have a robust discussion around this. And at the very least, Counselor, I believe that we should bring up CPW's policy. We have policy around our recommendations for siting of energy. So I think it's appropriate that we have an agenda item, that we talk about that. All of us are made aware of what our policies are and what our limitations are. Because sadly, we do have limitations, but this commission discussed that, and maybe we have some input on it. So any other commissioners? Commissioner Haskett, does that complete yours? Commissioner Reading.
Thank you, Chair May. On the same topic, I'm wondering if this is a good time to set up one of these subcommittees and maybe have a group with Jake work on this before the next commission meeting. I think that would make sense. So just throwing that out there as an idea.
I think it's a great idea, and I'll definitely be happy to facilitate that. If we can set up a subcommittee that can work towards this, let's maybe leave that for later. We'll debate that, deliberate it, and anybody that's interested in doing that, let's bring that back. Well, I mean, we can do it at this meeting, I think, but let's set that committee so that staff has some help on that. Okay, any other commissioners with any comments? I'll give a couple of my comments now that I don't read my comments because they're all submitted to public record, comments from the chair, public record. I will say one thing, that we pretty much are leaning towards going to a special meeting, not a special meeting, but setting a commission meeting in October. Right now, that's looking like October 3rd. It will be a one-day meeting in Denver. It will be virtual, but we encourage in-person attendance. Our agenda is just getting away from us with, as we all know, it's not getting smaller, it's getting more. So we don't think it's appropriate to have a vacancy in October when we have the opportunity to have a meeting and bring some of this up to date. So right now the thought is that we're going to add an October 3rd meeting in person in Denver. And I already discussed the fact about the future topics discussion and our suspending of it for this one meeting, but rest assured it will be back, and we'll probably even be more formalized in how we handle that. So those are my comments. I'll now turn it over to the, I believe, director. I'm sorry, no. You have some comments, Director Davis. Please proceed.
Yeah, always, and you'll see this in my director comments, CPW has a lot going on and more comes in every day. So trying to be mindful of the volume of work that we're doing. Also in the directors meeting at WAFWA, renewable energy was the #1 topic, along with the human-wildlife conflict. Everyone sees an article probably every day from Yellowstone about selfies, as an example. So just want to clarify so that we have some good guidance to CPW staff on the expectations for the next meeting, where we would come back and I'm here and talk about the draft resolution, potentially a subcommittee that I want to clarify. The commission would want CPW to staff that. That is what happens in some of those other states. CPW's expertise staffs the subcommittees as well, so that we have our energy expertise in the room with wildlife policy expertise as well. So I'm seeing people nod. And then I think we can come back and give a presentation on the CPW policy as well to help get that conversation started. Okay, seeing nods, thank you.
It sounds appropriate to me. So let's table that for now. Think about any of you who would like to be part of that subcommittee, and we'll organize that correctly and bring that back. Okay, any other commissioners with comments? And I would mention that Commissioner Otero is virtual. I don't see you, Commissioner Otero, but did you have any comments? Okay, take that, you're good. Okay, thank you. We'll now go to our Department of Natural Resources update with Deputy Director Mock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the Commission. Director Davis, Tim Mock, Deputy Director for the Department of Natural Resources. Got a couple of updates here. We'll start with a staffing update. We've announced that Nate Pearson has been selected as our new Assistant Director for Water. Nate has served as DNR's recovery officer for the past several years and worked for the governor's office. Before then, he's taking over for Kelly Romero Heaney, who was recently promoted to serve in DNR's new deputy policy director role. We are very excited to have Nate. He brings budget policy and water policy to the table and really adds some depth to the executive director's office. Generally speaking, moving on from the legislative session, DNR is currently working on performance plan updates, setting the new wildly important goals for the coming year, the fiscal year 26 budget, and legislative agendas. Speaking of legislative updates, I know that this body has been kept apprised throughout the ledge session, so I'll keep them relatively brief, but I do just want to highlight a couple of things here. The legislature did adjourn just after the May meeting on May 8th. They introduced and considered close to 800 bills this session, one of the highest numbers in recent years. And so just kind of thinking about that, I really want to thank Colorado Parks and Wildlife and the team here, Director Davis, your staff and subject matter experts, that we could not have managed that legislative session without, and really appreciate all of the assistance throughout the session. Sarah Hamming added great depth to Daphne Gervais, our legislative director. I thought that worked fantastically this year, and so we look forward to future years working with Sarah and the rest of the team. But to Parks and Wildlife staff, thank you. Seriously, that was quite a lift this year. Key themes for the session were, with the legislature as a whole, a focus on housing, gun safety, transportation, healthcare, education, and criminal justice. A couple of bills I just want to touch on. Appreciate Commissioner Touchton bringing up the invertebrates bill. I think you all have been aware of that, as well as the Wolverine restoration, both passed. The Senate Bill 199, the Annual Species Conservation Trust Fund bill, which this commission does play a role in with DNR, that appropriates $5 million for research, study, and recovery programs dedicated to native species that are or likely to become state or federally threatened or endangered. The bill funds aquatic and terrestrial wildlife conservation projects to protect and recover these sensitive species in Colorado. House Bill 1379, this is a dredge and fill bill that passed. It safeguards Colorado's wetlands and seasonal streams by establishing a first of its kind permitting program in the nation regulating the discharge of dredge and fill material to state waters. The legislation directly responds to last year's U.S. Supreme Court decision in Sackett versus EPA, which left wetlands and streams unprotected under the Federal Clean Water Act, and the bill authorizes the Water Quality Control Commission to work with the Water Quality Control Division to avoid, minimize, and mitigate the impacts of dredge and fill activities. And similarly, this is one of those bills we couldn't have done it without Parks and Wildlife's assistance, specifically Rob Harris's team, for providing support and expertise in some serious real-time amendments that were flying around in the final days there of session. We have been receiving some national attention for being a leader in this space here, so that's very exciting. Next is Senate Bill 230, the oil and gas production fee. I think a lot of you had heard this. It was recently introduced just before, I think, the May Wildlife Commission recognizes that oil and gas operations can have negative effects on the environment and the public, including through air quality impacts, greenhouse gas emissions, emissions of ozone precursors, destruction of valuable landscapes, biodiversity loss. This bill will generate new funding for transit and rail and land with wildlife habitat conservation from fees placed on oil and gas production in Colorado based on the volume of oil and gas produced and the average price of oil and natural gas. ECMC will be providing guidance on those average prices, and then Parks and Wildlife will need to update the fee on a quarterly basis based on those metrics. We're expected to generate around $150 million a year, with the bulk of that going to rail and transit, but Colorado Parks and Wildlife will receive 20% or about $200 to $50 million a year to go towards things like creating new state parks and wildlife areas to protect habitats and ecosystems, slowing biodiversity loss and improving ecosystem resilience, including through native species conservation, rehabilitation, and reintroduction, acquiring and leasing lands and waters for the protection of wildlife and habitats, improving wildlife connectivity and migration corridors, restoring lands and habitats, and improving the health of our ecosystems, and then continued research and monitoring of threats to Colorado's wildlife. Also, and I think, again, Commissioner Touchin, you had a question about this at the last meeting, the conservation easement tax credit. That passed Senate Bill 126. It removes the sunset date for the conservation easement tax credit program. It helps meet unmet demand for the program by increasing the available credits from $45 to $50 million per year. Current law provides that a taxpayer may claim 90% of the fair market value of the donated portion of the easement. The bill lowers that to 80% of the fair market value of the donated portion of the easement, making the slice of the pie smaller with the intent of creating more slices. And so this was definitely an important one to us. It was a tough budget year for it, and ultimately we wish we could have increased the cap more, but glad to see that we removed the sunset, and this program will continue indefinitely now. In regards to federal policy, the Biden administration is currently in the process of wrapping up several federal planning processes which will guide land management activities on federal lands for years to come. This includes the BLM Solar PIS, Greater Sage Grouse RMPA, the Gunnison Sage Grouse RMPA, Colorado Big Game RMPA, and the UFO RMPA. The United States Forest Service is working to complete the GMUG Forest Plan, as well as a new nationwide amendment which will direct future old-growth forest management. The House Ag Committee has also released a draft version of their proposed farm bill, the Farm Food National Security Act of 2024, which I'm sure, Commissioner Greenberg, your department will be involved in, and we'll be working with you on that. The current farm bill is expected to expire September 30th of this year. And then DNR recently extended its shared stewardship MOU with the U.S. Forest Service for 10 years, which sets the framework for how we continue to identify and collaboratively address forest health priorities. On the Colorado River, I'll give you an update here. I think we've all been up to the loop of since last June. The Department of Interior announced a formal process to develop the future Lake Powell and Lake Mead operating guidelines. The new guidelines will replace the 2007 Colorado River interim guidelines, which govern the reservoir operations through 2026. And so while the upper and lower basins did each submit separate alternatives for the Bureau to analyze, basin states are still working together in an effort to develop a consensus approach for post-2026 operations that the federal government could then implement through a NEPA process. And at this time, all parties remain engaged around the negotiating table. Also, something that kind of hit the news again a little bit the last couple of weeks here, Perkins County Canal. Nebraska continues to pursue the development of the Perkins County Canal in Colorado, although many details of their plan are still unknown. The Nebraska legislature did appropriate $650 million for the project, but there still remains a long, costly, uncertain process for Nebraska to acquire land, design, permit, and construct the Perkins County Canal project. Governor Pillen of Nebraska recently made a statement that if the legal fees get too high, he would abandon the Perkins County Canal project. Colorado and Nebraska are not currently in litigation, but to the extent that Colorado and Nebraska disagree on the substance or the process that is required, Colorado will take whatever steps necessary to defend Colorado water users and ensure Nebraska complies with the compact and all other applicable laws. In the meantime, Colorado will continue to meet in good faith with Nebraska to learn more about its plans for the construction and operation of the proposed Perkins County Canal. Just a few more updates here. ECMC is planning a number of rulemakings this summer and fall. These include deep geothermal rulemaking, which is scheduled July 29th to August 2nd. The draft geothermal rules are available for the public comment on ECMC's website. Cumulative impacts rulemaking is planned for September. That rulemaking will incorporate the new definition of cumulative impacts created in House Bill 1346. Following the passage of 1346 last session, ECMC is anticipating a carbon sequestration rulemaking for fall of 2024. That rulemaking will facilitate the state's subsequent application to the U.S. EPA for primacy over Class 6 injection wells. And then finally, ECMC is planning a produced water rulemaking for late fall 2024. That rulemaking was directed by House Bill 1242 and will establish goals to reduce freshwater use and increase recycling use of produced water in oil and gas operations. And then finally, State Land Board is currently meeting in Ray, and they're expected to approve $100,000 in new mitigation funding, which will be directed from Excel Energy to Colorado Parks and Wildlife to offset impacts on lesser prairie chicken from the new transmission line, which crosses State Land Board property. And Mr. Chair, that concludes my remarks this morning.
Thank you, Deputy Director Mock. Any commissioners have any questions for Commissioner Haskett?
Thank you, Chairman May. Director Mock, can I ask you to clarify the amount of oil and gas money?
Certainly. One second here. So it's expected to generate $150 million a year. The bulk of that going to rail and transit, but Parks and Wildlife will receive 20% or about 20 to 50 million annually.
Okay, thank you.
And Director Mock, is that in a mitigation banking program, or is that on a side agreement with the public utility in the state? Because I know, for example, the Lesser Prairie Chicken Mitigation Banking Program has to go through a couple of WAFA approved, or a couple of Fish and Wildlife approved groups, and I wonder if that was going through these two, or if that's a separate issue.
I'm not intelligent enough on that issue there to speak about that. I'm assuming, and I don't know if Director Davis understands, but I'm assuming that it wouldn't go through the mitigation banks. It would certainly come to Parks and Wildlife, and where it's dispersed from there, I'm not certain if that is something that it would be applicable for.
That was my take on it, and the reason I ask is because what's been happening with some of that mitigation banking is even though the damages are done in Colorado, the remediation is not done in Colorado. And that's something I think we need to be aware of and potentially realize that the damage, that the remediation should be done where the damage is done. So I'm encouraged to hear that that money is going to stay in Colorado. I just wonder, so Director Davis, I'm sure you have comments then.
Yeah, just want to clarify that we're talking about the oil and gas fee piece. Is that, or are we talking about the other state?
My reference was to the XL Power Pathway. I
Okay.
presume.
Oh, okay. And I do not know how that is actually being transferred through.
So that's a topic for another time, I would say.
We'll look into that and get back to you, Mr. Chair.
One comment I do have on the Colorado's Conservation Easement Program is years ago, when that was 50% value for the donation, there was a lot of difficulty to get properties that could be signed up for that, because a misconception in Colorado's conservation easement program is that the properties that are donated for easements are by wealthy people who probably don't really need the funds. But my experience, and a lot of people I know, was that in order to donate a conservation easement, if you have a mortgage on your land, you have to get subordination from your lender. And at the 50% value, most lenders were not willing to subordinate their position on the mortgage, take another position in order to allow that to happen. When it was moved up to 90%, that changed. That's why for years, Colorado's Conservation Easement Fund was not even utilized. The maximum wasn't used, but once these differences and improvements were put in place, it started being utilized fully, which is now why we're backing from the 90 to 80 somewhat. But I just wanted to mention that because it's a good opportunity. Commissioner Touchton, you have wealth of knowledge on this, but that was a roadblock for people to do conservation easements, that low value that they could receive back. So it helped people such as me that have mortgage that could then get subordination from a lender and able to be approved to apply for the conservation easement. It's very helpful. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Mock, I just want first congratulations. I know it was a huge team effort on the wetlands bill. That Supreme Court case did blow a hole in 30 years worth of how we had been trying to protect wetlands, and I think Colorado is a leader in trying to figure out how to do it at the state level now that the federal government is essentially out of the game. My question was about the Nebraska Canal and whether the federal government has engaged there yet, because it strikes me that if more waters are moved from the Platte River, there will be impacts to federally protected species downstream, whooping cranes, and I believe a bunch of fish, which would trigger an ESA consultation, which if we'd like to make it more expensive for the state of Nebraska and drive up their legal fees would be an excellent strategy. Anyway, I just think we should try to engage the federal government to take a position on this project.
Noted. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Otero.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just going to appreciate the presentation. I just have a question for Mr. Mock. On the conservation easement legislation, did they also add a seat to the Conservation Easement Oversight Commission as part of that legislation, or was it just the increase?
Thank you, Commissioner Otero. That's an interesting question because I serve on the Oversight Commission, but I actually don't recall whether or not that was a provision that made it through the final bill. So let me check into that and I'll get back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Otero. Anything else? There. I'd say that answers your question. If you have something, Commissioner Otero, just jump right in. I have a hard time seeing a hand raise, so unless Diana gives to me, don't be afraid to just jump in and we'll go to you. I think that concludes the DNR update. We'll now move to our Department of Agriculture update with Commissioner Kate Greenberg.
Thank you, Chairman May. It's great being here with everyone and everyone out in the audience and listening in online. Plenty going on at Ag now that we are in season and summer is rolling fast and furiously. Of course, all around the state, we've had some wild weather as we move from spring to summer. Thinking primarily right now about our folks in Northeast Colorado who have been experiencing hailstorm after hailstorm with a lot of violent weather with those storms, bringing a lot of damage to not just crops, but also infrastructure in town. So we saw Yuma get hit real hard with softball-sized hail in places that took out a lot of the north-facing windows all across town. Winter wheat was just about ready. at that same time too. So of course, lots of folks all around the state are dealing with weather transition right now and what that means, not just for hail and thunder and lightning. Of course, we've had some tragedies around lightning storms not far from here that have really greatly impacted our ag community, but also pests and just increased pressure from what this time of year brings to ag, just as we're gearing up and really getting the ball rolling on production. So just keeping tabs on that and making sure we're connecting with our ag communities across the state as they take on weather, which is part of our job in agriculture. But certainly some of these storms we're facing are coming more frequently with a little less time to recover. So that's influencing how we're thinking about our work at the department as well. As Deputy Director Mock mentioned, of course, ledge session is all wrapped up now, as well as the bill signings that happen within the 30 days after the end of ledge session. So that's also a very busy time. CDA, we had a very successful legislative session, both on the legislative front, but also the budget front. This was our biggest budget year in recent history for the Department of Ag, which is small beans compared to CPW's budget, but huge for what it means for ag. 13% total budget increase for us. So that means we are now able to put more resources behind emergency management and response, which we've never been able to do up till just about a year and a half ago. So that's about $100,000 more to bring on another emergency response FTE. We've also created the Division of Animal Welfare, which I'll talk a little bit more about, but we have resources for a new division director and education and outreach specialist, about $600,000 in ongoing resilience grants. That could be anything from crop switching to investing in new technology to accessing new markets around new crops. We're expanding our investment in Colorado Proud and international marketing. Marketing and market access remains one of our top priorities for farmers and ranchers, and personally is my founding theory for how the rest of our work is driven. We will not be supporting our ag communities strictly through grants through the Department of Ag. So there's got to be market incentive, just as Chairman May discusses regularly, a lot of tools, partners, different certifications out there. We want to help foster those relationships. We'll be able to double our budget on next-gen support, so that's for our next-gen leadership grants, as well as our paid apprenticeship program, our Ag Workforce Development Program, and we're going to be putting a lot more muscle behind supporting an alumni network of interns and apprentices, the majority of whom tell us that after their CDA-supported apprenticeships, they want to continue their work in agriculture. Of course, if they don't, we're still excited that they have that experience, so we want to support that career development however we can. We're also expanding our work to support ag workers, so we'll have just under $300,000 to build out our ag worker support team and making sure we're outreaching to that community, connecting those folks to our services. In addition, we have just under $600,000 to build a non-lethal conflict mitigation program to work alongside CPW on our wolf management and restoration plan. I'll speak more to that in a minute. And then also we're able to now support our conservation districts with an extra $200,000 a year, which goes a long way. We have 74 conservation districts in the state. There's a lot of them, but they're an integral piece of our conservation and extension infrastructure. We're not a part of extension, but of course we're part of the technical assistance network that is critical to our folks on the ground. On the legislative front, one bill that was a priority for us that we were successful in this year was the creation of the Ag Stewardship Tax Credit. This was a bipartisan effort. We linked up with really great legislative champions on this one. And so in 2026, the state of Colorado will have a tax credit that incentivizes regenerative agricultural practices. And that will be a tiered tax credit incentive, refundable tax credit, I should be clear on that. For more practices implemented, the greater potential for a tax credit. So starting probably this winter, we'll be making the rules on that. I think this is an exciting moment to be considering what regenerative agriculture means and why it matters, and hope that we have great engagement through that rulemaking process. So moving on to wolves, I want to thank lots of CPW staff who continue to work closely with myself, with Wayne East on our team, and of course producers across the state, but primarily here in Grand County and up in North Park. just for your incredible professionalism and partnership. Just really grateful for the team you got on Parks and Wildlife and that we get to work with you. I want to say thank you to the producers here in Middle Park and Grand County, as well as in North Park. I've been out in the field, getting to just spend time out on the landscape with folks. That's been really meaningful and important. You've probably seen that we are supporting Middle Park Stock Growers Association with a grant to support their work on non-lethal approaches. We're actually working to expand that right now. We've offered the same to North Park. And so this is sort of CDA's first step into that non-lethal conflict reduction program we're building. This is the bridge before we even have a full-time program. It was clear to us we can't wait for July 1, right? The fiscal year isn't what we should be basing our work on. It should be what the needs in the field are. So just again, hats off to Wayne for moving so quickly to get these resources out. The way we approached it was asking our producers here, what do you need in terms of non-lethal tools? What are you interested in? In Middle Park, range riding has been the focus. That doesn't mean we're bound to it. We're very open to supporting livestock communities in implementing a suite of tools. But we've been really focused on range riding here. We're looking to expand that. I think it's been actually quite successful. It hasn't eliminated conflict, but that's never been our goal. Our goal has been reduction and making sure we're showing up alongside our livestock producers as we move forward. You will see soon we'll be moving in kind of the next phase, which is more of a proactive program. So right now we're responding to where we have incidents. We want to make sure we're supporting our livestock communities, whether or not they've had an incident, in making investments in planning, preparation, hiring range riders, buying equipment, whatever it is they need, and of course working hand in glove with CPW on that. I'm very excited to say we've hired our non-lethal conflict reduction program manager, and we did that within a month, start to finish hiring. So we are taking our speed of filling positions, getting boots on the ground, taking that very seriously. So Dustin Shiflett is our new program manager. He's actually worked for CDA for the last year as our Western Regional Field Specialist, supporting conservation districts across the Western Slope. He lives on the Western Slope and also worked for CPW for 16 years as a park resource technician. He's from a ranch family, is a rancher, livestock producer himself, is just going to be a great, great addition to our team. He's out in the field today. We were with him yesterday, and he will be working directly under Wayne, and they'll be bringing on 2 more folks in the field this year as well. So we'll keep you updated on that. On water, of course, this is an emerging area for our department, but it's been integral to agriculture since the beginning of agriculture. So I'm very grateful we now have capacity to show up in earnest. Robert Cicada is our Ag Water Policy Advisor, and he is, I think, averaging 1,000 miles a week on his vehicle, just showing up everywhere he possibly can to make sure ag is represented on water. Of course, our focus is reducing buy and dry wherever possible, advancing collaborative water sharing agreements, but really focus on supporting CWCB, the Colorado Water Conservation Board, in implementation of the Colorado Water Plan, with a focus on how do we protect robust agriculture given the constraints we're facing. Animal health, there's been a lot going on this front on highly pathogenic avian influenza. Our team, run by our state veterinarian, Dr. Maggie Baldwin, is responsible for all foreign animal disease response and mitigation. Just in the past few months, we have now started to see highly pathogenic avian influenza in lactating dairy cattle. So you've probably been seeing this. I can say the food supply remains safe, and that is being confirmed by testing by federal agencies of the food supply. Pasteurization is effective at killing the virus in pasteurized milk, and we are working very closely with our commercial producers as well as our raw milk dairies to make sure that we're both supporting public health and managing this meaningfully and appropriately for the industry and for ag production. So lots of work going on there. Happy to speak more in depth if anyone has questions. I mentioned our Division of Animal Welfare. So this was created in statute this year as well as a budget item. So what it does is it moves our existing animal welfare programs, our Pet Animal Care Facilities Act program and Bureau of Animal Protection under one umbrella, creates a new division director position, an outreach and education specialist, and really allows both Dr. Baldwin now to focus more on emergency response, animal health response, and then this new division director to support our work on outreach and education. So really exciting there, and our position posting just closed on Monday for that director position. So I'm hoping maybe by our next meeting I'll be able to introduce you to that new director. And just kind of wrapping up here, in terms of agricultural resilience, this is a big focus of ours. How do we support our farmers and ranchers staying in business, accessing more business opportunities, and of course, finding rewards for the stewardship that goes on across agriculture? So we were talking renewable energy. We actually have ongoing every year $500,000 in renewable energy grants focused on agrivoltaics. So I would maybe put this out to the commission to consider as we all consider the renewable energy question. We are keenly focused on how can we integrate agricultural production into our renewable energy targets. I was actually just out at Jack's Solar Garden in Longmont as part of the World Agrivoltaic Summit that is happening in Denver this week. And just amazing seeing the crops and livestock production that's possible when we plan our solar development in such a way that allows for and enables agriculture. So exciting work there. We have 7 projects from last year we're looking to get kind of their updates on, and then a lot more projects to come with this open grant. Farm Bill, as Tim mentioned, is finally moving in Congress. The House Ag Committee introduced their version, which passed out of committee, but we have yet to see a full Senate version. So there'll be lots of debate left, and to be determined whether or not we will hit that September 30 target or not, or if we will see another extension, but we are heavily engaged with our federal delegation on that. And then lastly, State Fair is actually not that far away. End of August, our I think 152nd State Fair. And so you all will be receiving invitations from me for various events during those 11 days. So be on the lookout for that. And we look forward to welcoming you down to Pueblo. I think we'll be in Colorado Springs that week as well. So appreciate the proximity and a lot of good things on our plate this year for the fair. And that's it for my report.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. I have a question about range riders. So at Waffle, we talked about wolves and non-lethal and all that. And most of those states that do have range riders mentioned that they had 20 to 30 to make it effective. How many do we have, and how many are we looking at?
Great question. So right now, we have 1 on the ground in Middle Park. There's nothing in our agreement that prevents the community from bringing on more. Mm-hmm. Some of it is a matter of, we wanted to make sure it was somebody that the stock growers, the local producers trusted. We didn't feel we had time to bring in somebody who didn't know where all the gates were, who all the producers were. So we really wanted the stock growers to make that determination. And I think that's been a really important lesson that part is working. But we've been in conversation about the need to have more boots on the ground, especially in coordination with CPW, where you get pings. You might have somebody over here, but you get a ping over there. Mm-hmm. Is that person going to be able to make it all the way over there? Or can you divide and conquer and have a couple folks on call at once? So we are keenly interested in having more boots on the ground and making sure we have the resources, we have the right people, we have the training to support our communities in doing that. But we're very much headed in that direction.
Okay. How many do you think do you have funding for?
Well, that's a good question. We're going to be constrained. I think that we're going to rely very much on a partnership with Parks and Wildlife for that. Actually, I was just talking this morning about now that we have a lot of the funding that's been mentioned just from this last legislative session, we need to kind of put that all together. What is the full map of our resources available? How do we deploy them? But I'm hopeful we're going to see, not just from state dollars, but as well as private dollars and federal dollars. We've already got $2 million in federal grant money that's coming here for non-lethal support with Western Landowners Alliance and that collaboration. So I think between the network, we're actually going to see quite a lot of capacity that we'll be able to put on the ground.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. And I would add on, I agree. This CDA and the range rider is the most effective help. But Western Landowners Alliance has done years and years of research. And one range rider is woefully inadequate. It's not sustainable, and in order to have a real impact in non-lethal, there needs to be more. There needs to be more done. I think the ball is rolling that way, but I agree with what Commissioner Haskett said. For example, in Montana, in the Blackfoot Challenge, the Madison Valley, Centennial Valley, they don't work with one range rider. They work with many range riders. And that's why they've had success that they have had with non-lethals. So I just encourage CDA, CPW, the state of Colorado to put more of a focus on putting more range riders on the ground because it's expensive. I mean, anybody who has horses has an idea of what it costs to have 2 or 3 or 4 horses, a pickup and trailer to move them around. And it's not a cheap thing. It's not something that can just be a short-term affair. In order to be effective, it's got to be more extensive. So those are my 2 cents on that. Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Chair May, and thank you, Commissioner Greenberg, for the update, and congratulations on a tremendous legislative session. It's really, really exciting for the future of agriculture. I have 2 questions. The regenerative agriculture tax credit, I can't begin to express how excited I am about that. I think it's really, really exciting and a really big deal. What we've seen is that when someone is transitioning to regenerative agriculture, there's kind of like a time in which margins drop in that transition time frame. Has there been any discussion with that tax credit on supporting individuals that want to transition?
Great question. So the way the legislative language is phrased is that at the time of application, the practices will have been implemented. So we're actually not going back in time to see how long, an individual has been implementing those practices. But that's to say, so we're going to be snapshot in time for this program, but this is not the only way we're trying to think about sort of, an ecosystem of support for folks looking to transition. So just in the last few months, we've hired 2 marketing specialists who are focused on climate especially, and looking at market access, both domestic and international, that is rewarding climate response and climate resilience. And I'm actually, as I travel the world, I just back from Costa Rica. Our partnership with the UK continues to expand. We had the Netherlands here just a couple weeks ago. Every single country I talk to, climate, animal welfare, they are the top of the list, believe it or not. So Colorado is actually really well positioned within the United States to make a market case for the work that we're doing. So that's just to say, yes and, right? Yes, we know there's transition, and we know that there's a bottom line impact when you're making that transition. We're hoping that between our soil health program, our climate marketing specialists, our resilience grants now, just our overall interest and investment in market access, that will add to the tax credit as an incentive landscape.
Fantastic. And I hope that you can help the USDA in coming up with some similar policies as the Farm Bill comes online. On the agrivoltaic side, also something I'm really personally passionate about and excited for. I brought it up several times on this commission, the value of learning from agrivoltaics in some of our renewable energy policy. I've seen some case studies where some of these arrays can be raised high enough to not impede migration corridors. And so as we look to developing our resolution here, I think we really should look to CDA as a leader in the space, and ideally maybe we can get some of the findings from the study that you guys did with last year's funding to help make our determination on what we can include in our policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vardy. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Director Greenberg. On the Farm Bill, I wanted to ask, I think one of the components of the Farm Bill that's particularly important to the wildlife side is the CRP program. And if you could just give us a little bit more on how that looks with our federal delegation. My own view is there was an older CRP program that was, I think, more effective than what's now called grassland CRP, just in terms of protecting wildlife habitat for prairie birds. And so I'm kind of interested in revitalizing the older version of that program than the more modern incarnation that is valuable, but not quite as valuable as the older CRP program. So any info on that part.
Yeah, great question. So in terms of the details, I mean, some of it, we are waiting to see what the Senate version looks like before we start kind of counting chickens on what the ultimate bill is going to look like, or literally, yes. On CRP, certainly with our federal delegation, I think we've are in a very strong position having representation in both House and Senate Ag committees. So Senator Bennett, of course, is a longstanding member of our Senate Ag Committee, and Representative Caraveo is on the House Ag. So that's a huge, huge boost for us in Colorado. And Senator Bennett has led on so many programs, one of which is CREP as well recently, just encouraging and being successful in allowing the Secretary of Ag and FSA to expand our CREP out in the Republican basin to include dryland ag production. I say that to indicate there's an openness to bettering conservation programs within the conservation tile by our delegation. So I'd love to follow up with you on that, on the specifics, as we kind of move forward toward what a final bill might look like.
Thank you, Commissioner. One comment I'll have on grassland CRP compared to traditional CRP. The trouble is with all of our NRCS problems is programs. That was a slip, not a Freudian slip. But the problem is that they're programmatic and they're basically a nationwide program where specifically our lesser prairie chicken issues are regional. And a one-size-fits-all in the CRP program doesn't necessarily help our regional problems with lesser prairie chicken. An example of that is the grassland CRP, which is a great program, but the trouble is it works against the cap. Each county has a cap on CRP. So traditional CRP that puts cropland back into grass, which has been of a huge benefit for lesser prairie chicken. Well, now the addition of grassland CRP in that program, which is already existing grass going into the program and helping it to be protected, they work against each other because they reduce the amount available in a particular county. So there's work being done on that. Hopefully that can be changed to where it's not simply a nationwide program, but it can be specifically targeted to things like our lesser prairie chicken issue. Any other commissioner comments for Commissioner Greenberg? We'll move then into Deputy Director Mock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions here. I just wanted to clarify that Sarah Hamming got back to me on Commissioner Otero's question about the Conservation Easement Oversight Program. And the committee was modified so that the GOCO member is now a voting member, and then they also add a seat for a socially disadvantaged farmer or rancher.
Very good, thank you.
Great news. Thank you.
Commissioner Beaulieu.
Thank you, Chair May. Thank you for the presentation. My question is, she's talking. I'm just very excited about the Division of Animal Welfare. We've kind of touched on this, and just really see the importance of proactive measures when it comes to animal welfare and the educational and outreach piece. I think you had said there'll be a division director. Did you also mention like an outreach or education coordinator? And where are we kind of in like identifying that individual, and is that a piece of this? Because I think having someone on the ground talking to individuals, just educating them about animal welfare and being proactive in trying to resolve any sort of kind of confusion or problems is just really important. So yeah, if you can clarify that.
Great, thank you for that question. So yes, it does include, our budget request did include a outreach and education specialist. We'll have some administrative support as well as part of our FTE or full-time employee setup. And then the division director, since we just closed on Monday, we're gonna hire that division director and then let that division director hire their team. So we probably will wait to post for that outreach and education specialist until right around when we have that director on board. Prevention is
our driving strategy now that we actually have resources behind animal welfare in a way we haven't been able to. We actually just held our second annual Bureau of Animal Protection conference. We had about over 100 folks meet at the Spur campus. We had continuing education for veterinarians. We had local law enforcement. We have over 107 commissioned agents all across the state who work for local law enforcement and for nonprofits who work under my authority to enact our statutory responsibilities on animal welfare. And then, of course, our partnership with local law enforcement, who has all the Title 18 authority on criminal statutes. That relationship is key to us as well. So you're going to see, just with this new division, a lot more outreach to all of those communities. Livestock community I did not mention, but they've been integral, of course, and serving on our BAP task force. And we're going to have all of those groups represented as we build this division, and really that focus on education and outreach will include all and more of those stakeholders.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaulieu. I think that concludes this. We'll move now to agenda item 8, the comments from our director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So maybe some spring reminders. This is something that, quite frankly, CPW staff come to work every day, not to just deliver their technical expertise in perpetuating wildlife, providing enjoyable and sustainable outdoor recreation, and managing a quality state park system, but public safety is a really important one. And I'll just speak for myself. My phone pings all weekend long, especially during the springtime, and a lot of those pings are coming from announcing that we're either searching for a body or that we've recovered a body. So we're up to 16 water fatalities already this year, and that's quite frankly unacceptable. And I'll just say it is super cool, and maybe I'm not the right person to speak to it, but it's super cool to have a life jacket tan, because many of these water fatalities are just an unfortunate circumstance of folks falling into cold water and not having life jackets on. So please protect yourselves, protect your family and friends, and encourage life jackets. Another one, we saw a traffic jam in downtown Winter Park last night. It was a very, very nice large bull moose crossing the highway, but that's just a reminder to all of us that we go out and participate in the outdoors, and Colorado's done a really darn good job of perpetuating wildlife, and that wildlife doesn't always appreciate how close we might find ourselves to them. So we continue to see a lot of moose-human interactions. Those result in injuries, and they can result in deaths. Deer and elk seem to be highly protective of their babies this time of year, and so we're seeing a lot of conflicts there. And as usual, this time of year, bears are up and moving around, and we see bear-human conflicts on the rise. And that can be just from enjoying the outdoors, hiking on a trail, being in an open space, but especially when it comes to the bears, we got to make sure we're not putting our garbage out 2 nights before it's going to get picked up. We need to be responsible with bird feeders and other sorts of attractants that encourage those animals to come closer to us and put our safety in jeopardy. So public service announcements, be very aware when being around wildlife, and pretty please with sugar on top, put a life jacket on. And if this year is anything like last, I saw the river just last night, water's flowing high, so we see the reservoir, lake body fatalities kind of shift into fast water. And I'll speak to the quality of the people on CPW. Our MERT team and our Swiftwater Rescue folks are some of the best in the country. And what I'd really like to see is that they do mostly practicing and not have to be having to deal with the real situations as often as we have to date. Lots of super cool outdoor recreation events that CPW has been busy with our partners on. So we had the Get Outdoors Day in Colorado Springs. So a pretty phenomenal partner of ours is Pikes Peak Outdoor Recreation Alliance in the city of Colorado Springs. So we had a great annual event there. I think, let's see, CPW staff and volunteers put together over 800 fishing poles to be provided free to children. So, boy, you want to help people get connected to nature, connect those kids in that way, and make it super easy and action-packed. So I want to thank our partners in that and thank the staff that helped pull that off. We had, we also sponsored the Elevate Conservation Outdoors for All event. That was an inaugural outside festival on May 30th with our outdoor industry partner agency in that. And then we invited resident and non-resident anglers of all ages to participate in the annual free fishing weekend. Unfortunately, I paid a lot of money to fish in a national park. I'll just say CPW is doing a way better job on those activities. But that was June 1st through the 2nd. Again, how do we make it easy for people to get connected, get outdoors and have fun while doing it? So let's see, so we feature over 9,000 miles of trout streams and over 1,300 angling locations managed by CPW for high quality fishing of 35 species of warm water and cold water fish. So that just gives someone an opportunity to not necessarily have to go through the licensing process. They can get out there with mostly families, I think, participate in that event. So kudos to our folks for pulling that off once again successfully. You all have heard me kind of speak to the demand and the value of the Outdoor Equity Grant Program, and I can't say that enough. Like, you know, it's a program that gives an opportunity to touch people that may not have those opportunities. So it gives the opportunity, these projects, access for all in all places to connect with the outdoors and outdoor recreation. So it's a tremendously valuable and critically important program from my perspective in tearing down fences that may still exist for folks to connect with nature and the outdoors. So I want to announce that the board received, so we're doing it slightly different this go around because the demand is so high. So what we did is phase one is submit a letter of interest, and then the board will kind of select out the top groups, and then they'll go back and create a full proposal to submit to us. But I want to say we received 270 letters of interest for $21.3 million. You've also heard me say the demand is way outsized compared to the resources that we have in that program. And so this will highlight very clearly, I hope. I'm not Ross Perot, but that program has about $3 million of available funding for the demand of $21.3 million, right? And this is like connecting kids to the work that we do in the outdoors for their own mental health and well-being as well as physical health. So you've also heard me continue to say we're working diligently with our partners and the board to find ways to increase investments available in that space so that we can start to better align the demand with the resources that we have and really launch that program beyond what it's been capable of doing with limited resources. So kudos to the board there. I don't know if it'd be great to have them maybe come back again in front of the commission, because they're phenomenal human beings that give a lot of their time to help CPW and that program really be as effective as it can be. So timeframes on that. So the board will be reviewing those letters of interest June and July and notifying the applicants in August for a full application phase. And that application phase will close September 25th, and then we'll turn the decision around by December. Another thing near and dear to my heart is the State Wildlife Action Plan. So we do a phenomenal job and we'll talk about big game season structure here coming up. We do a phenomenal job creating traffic jams in Winter Park by growing game species, managing game species, and quite frankly, leading the country in wildlife research. And we're continuing to grow kind of that biodiversity, non-game species capacity. And the State Wildlife Action Plan, as you likely all know, is kind of the guide, the roadmap for us in where our species of greatest conservation need are, and what are the risks and uncertainties, and what actions do we need to take to make sure that we're holding on to those species, and in some cases when there needs to be improvements made, that we're making those improvements in the population status and trends. So we are undergoing that update. It happens every 10 years. And I'm super excited for the team. We have a State Wildlife Action Plan lead or manager on that, and that's going to be so critical. And that's Casey, correct? So she came from policy and planning and now is our SWAP coordinator. That's so important. I've seen way too many of these plans just be written, set on the shelf, and there's always really good participation in them, both from the agency and our partners with expertise. But this is going to be really critical. I think having a dedicated person that isn't just helping to facilitate the creation of the plan or the update of the plan, but this position's full-time ongoing. So we'll have a person that will say, hey, Jeff, we're falling down on this one, or hey, we're knocking it out of the park on this one. And we'll be obviously coming back to you all with the status of our update, as well as implementation monitoring results as we move forward. The plans are really important because while Colorado's funding for us is very important, you always want to, if you can, like, maybe steal's not the right word, but utilize federal dollars to vastly increase the scope and scale of what we can do here in Colorado. So it's really important we receive $1.3 million annually. So having a State Wildlife Action Plan is critical to be able to access those federal dollars. One other thing I was hearing that I'm super excited about is, especially when we talked about the invertebrate piece, we have rare plants as part of that. We can't forget the rare plants because really what we're being armed to do and able to get additional capacity and expertise around is really, how are these ecosystems functioning? These things have evolved together, both the species and the habitats over millennia, right? So what's the health status of these ecosystems, and how are the suites of species that utilize those ecosystems doing? And there's a ton of data gaps that we'll have. So I'm hearing that we'll have a new category of species of greatest information need. So that will help us really start to chart a course moving forward to make sure we're filling those data gaps and that we're armed with the best knowledge to take the most effective actions in protecting and restoring species of greatest conservation need. So super duper excited about that. We're opening the first round of public engagement, asking for feedback on our draft process for selecting SGCN, the species of greatest conservation need. That'll be through the Engage CPW page for the SWAP. And that has opened recently and will be open for the next 30 days. And I'm happy to share a specific date on that. I think it just opened a day or two ago on that. So, and again, we'll keep coming back to you with the exciting news of our progress on the update, what we're learning, and hopefully you'll all hear from some of our partners that are working closely with us to update that plan. So another plan update. So the East Slope Line plan that you all have asked us to update made significant progress. Our 30-day draft East Slope Line management plan is open for public comment right now. It'll be wrapping up at the end of this week. So it's been open for a while. We're getting some good feedback. And then we'll work on finalizing that draft plan for presentation to you all as a step one draft at the August meeting in Colorado Springs. So more to come on that front. And then stepping into big game season structure, I just want to say some comments in the director's comments and hopefully not steal any thunder from Brian and Matt in that. But this has been an interesting journey, I think, for all of us. Many people in this room, many people that couldn't make it today in this room. And I know our commissioners, individual ones in particular, and our staff. It's been, it's a reminder what public service is. And it's not easy. It's 5.8 million people plus visitors. And you can imagine that that's probably about $20 billion or 20 billion different needs, expectations, and opinions about what needs to happen moving forward. And that can be really difficult as a public servant to juggle those and come out in a good space. And again, our jobs as a public trust manager is to make sure we're providing the greatest number of benefits to the greatest number of beneficiaries. You've also heard me say, and hopefully someday this might not be true, that while Colorado has amazing big game resources, part of that is due to the complexity of the system that we've constructed so that we can have those resources. And we continue to seek, similar to the big game draw work group, like we continue to try to simplify as best as we can without losing how effective we are in managing those big game populations. I want to remind us all that hunter crowding really was the emphasis about this effort that we move forward with. How do we reduce hunter crowding? The initial staff recommendation really was, hey, if you want to do it right now and really have a dial that you can turn to address the crowding, that would be the big dial. I think for us, listening to all the public testimony, and I'll talk a little bit more about how we can maybe all do better together in a little bit, but listening to our resident archery hunters in particular, it was really obvious to staff, like, hey, we can create a different dial, a smaller dial that we can turn and work with resident hunters, collect maybe some more social science information about crowding, and come back. Like, this is, BGSS is a 5-year deal, right? And so none of this is permanent, and we'll continue to work with the resident archery hunters, our small businesses. So the outfitters and guides are really important, and looking into the economics kind of that local community impact of hunting on local economies. So we have more work to do between whatever happens today and when we get geared up for the next BGSS update. So I do want to say, and I've said this to a few folks and gotten really positive responses, so I want to thank those folks. But I'm reminded of a mentor of mine who's no longer with us. At the conclusion of every meeting I ever had with him, he always said, Jeff, remember always, go hard on the issues and be soft on the people. And I just want to say through this process, it's been difficult in how the messages have been delivered. Some very pointed, and some very personal. And that's an area I hope that we collectively can work on together, because we're all humans and we're all trying to do the best we can, and we all want what we think is the right thing for us and who we represent. And that's just something I want to continue to kind of talk through with the public and each other. Like, how do we come forward so that our ears can hear really what the need and expectation is? Because when it's delivered in particular ways, it's harder to be patient and not react so that we can hear. Because that's, quite frankly, CPW's job, and I feel like you all, that you take it seriously too. You want to listen to understand so that we're making the best decisions we can on behalf of the public's interest. So again, for us, you've seen your packets for CPW staff. That wasn't an easy slog internally either, by any means. And I want to thank our public, and I want to thank our staff for being patient, oftentimes with me, trying to learn this system. But also being willing to be open to hear what the public has to say and use our technical expertise and creativity to try to come back with a recommendation that demonstrates that we heard, and we can recalibrate. I won't pound on this one because I know Brian and Matt have a lot to present to us going forward. I wanted to also maybe speak to, so I've mostly been speaking to the resident archery OTC piece. I want to also kind of speak to the rifle piece. Like that one is one when we think about engaging with the public, listening to understand, and creating staff recommendations or potential solutions for you all to consider. That one was really difficult for us in that it hadn't really been on the radar, and that is a really big deal also. And so you'll see our staff recommendations saying, hey, let's go back to what we said, which is no limitations on rifle. Now, I don't want any of you to feel like you have to vote a particular way. That's clear. This is a democracy. So anyway, I just wanted to express to you kind of what we heard in the public process. I think a public process is good when you can listen and you hear messages and you can modify your thinking moving forward. Maybe lastly on this one, a couple things. I just want to apologize to the public. I want to apologize to the commission, and I want to apologize from me to staff if any of this kind of, I've heard it called last minute change, and I'll tell you, being internally, it wasn't necessarily a last minute change. We were just having internal conversations and try to figure out how to get to the finish line on this, but I no intentions of mine were to surprise anybody with these final recommendations, and I look forward to the discussion that you all will have. I look forward to, again, hearing from the public about what's on your minds, what are the concerns, what are the opportunities we have moving forward together. Sorry I'm taking so long. We do a lot of things, and we do them well, depending on your perspective. So we'll have an annual wolf report, that shifting gears to wolves. That'll be the first annual report for Colorado gray wolf restoration. Just not to confuse folks, but we write that based on the biological years, and that's why it will be coming out shortly. It's not a calendar year thing for us. And that'll be delivered to the legislature by the end of the month. And that report that satisfies the requirements we have under the statute and the 10J, as well as the restoration plan that you all adopted last year, a little over a year ago. Lots of headlines, tough times for some particular ranchers. We're sitting in or close to Middle Park in particular. Commissioner Greenberg and I got to spend time, as well as Chair May, with a few of the Middle Park stock growers yesterday, and words can't describe what those folks feel, what they're experiencing. I can't use words to describe the effects also on CPW staff, on the local communities that these ranchers are and our CPW staff are a member of. I think we would all wish that things were in that particular area were different. And it's complicated, and I know that's not very satisfying for me to say. There's been a lot of pressure on the ranching community, and a lot of pressure on CPW in particular, with our first pack essentially from released wolves, and only having essentially 11 individual animals in Colorado. And so it's more complicated now than I think it will be in the future. But it's so much more important now that we're working together, that we're listening to understand each other, and that there's openness to implement the actions that we need to take together. And I'll say this, it's really important from my perspective that we, the state, do everything we can to minimize any burdens on the agricultural industry. We can talk about wolves. We're really gifted at delineating particular things into buckets. And I'm not a rancher. I'm not in the ag industry. But I do pride myself in walking a mile in somebody else's shoes to the best of my ability. And it's really important. Like, this is, working margins, profit margins, having droughts. Like, there's all sorts of uncertainty that comes at our agricultural industry. And wolves is just another uncertainty and a risk. And we are committed. We should be as a state. I think we were when we voted, and I think we were when programs are funded and authorities are given and FTEs are provided, to do everything we can to make sure that that we're not running people off the land. That, I don't know, I haven't met anyone that's less than a third or fourth generation rancher yet. Most of them are fourth, fifth, and sixth generation. So we'll continue to do our absolute best. Our success, in my opinion, and I think it's defined this way in the statute, is a sustainable wolf population in Colorado and avoiding and minimizing impact on an agricultural industry. And while things can be said in the media, and we can all have our own interpretations, there's a lot more going on to make sure that we have that dual success. And that doesn't make any responses from me or the agency any easier to understand or swallow, but understand we are deadly focused on making sure that we have a sustainable wolf population long into the future in Colorado, and that we help our ranchers in particular manage the conflicts going forward. I want to thank Commissioner Greenberg in particular and Wayne and the other staff at CDA. This is one of those deals where we were seeing incidents in Middle Park and it was like, oh my gosh, like Kate's not going to get her resources until July 1st. Kudos to CDA for finding some initial resources and then working with us diligently so that we could take, and I see some Wolf license plate folks in the audience. Can't thank you enough. That revenue's coming in, and we were able to shift some money pretty quickly over to CDA to try to get some additional range rider and non-lethal capacity out to Middle Park to help. So we'll keep charging forward. One other big piece that we're working on is we hired a conflict resolution specialist. And for us, if you look at the wolf restoration plan, it says, and this was after a lot of conversations, I'm told, with our stakeholder advisory group, like, hey, CPW are the experts. They'll figure out when lethal management is a necessary tool. At the same time, we have a lot of emotions surrounding all this on across that whole spectrum of values and interests around the wolf restoration piece. So we have pulled together an ad hoc kind of wolf working group that Reed will talk more about the details of that, but essentially the goals that we need to come out of that is seeing each other as people, building trust between those folks in that setting, and then being operating like a focus group for CPW to run our ideas or thoughts or concepts by that group, getting their feedback to help us get more clarity about the criteria from which we would utilize to sit down and have considerations about whether lethal management was the appropriate tool to take or not at that time in those situations. I can imagine if you're not inside that group, and that group is really important. Again, we're trying to build trust and build the relationships. So it is a relatively small container, but I also want to say we will be pretty public to the best of our ability about what those meetings are generating. And then it's my goal that we would come back after that third and final meeting and present to the commission and the public kind of where we landed, and then have opportunities for public comment before any sort of kind of final conclusions to that those products are done. So I think Reed will touch on a little more detail tomorrow in his wolf update. I touched on the relationships. Like you stand out there, you look at the landscape, and you got folks that are not big time. They don't have a lot of resources. They have folks that have a lot of resources living around them, but these folks are really trying their best with pretty small operations, trying to stay on the landscape. And I think that's so critical from my perspective. And I'm not saying these comments to lean one way or another. Like, my job is to serve everybody and all those values and interests to the best of our ability. But I also come from a place where I saw not necessarily this particular species, but other pressures. And I think that's one area where we, instead of focusing on our differences, there's an opportunity here to focus on our shared desirable outcomes in this space. Because I can't think of anything worse. Well, maybe I shouldn't say this. The conversion of land is one of our biggest struggles in Colorado for perpetuating wildlife. and providing enjoyable and sustainable outdoor recreation and park crowding and how we manage a quality park system. So it's so important, I think, that we take a pause, we breathe, we take a breath, and see each other as the people we are and recognize the value of these rural lands to our mission of perpetuating wildlife. And when I say that, I'm not just talking about the faces I see in the audience right now. Our job, our mission says the people that aren't here yet are also part of those beneficiaries. So it's so critical to work together, keep these folks whole. And I know CPW and CDA are talking constantly about what more can we do, because we need to do more for sure. Anyway, I'll leave the wolf topic. I wanted to add, Tim, I can't remember if you had the long bill in your presentation or not, but I just want to say, similar to Commissioner Greenberg's 13% increase, DNR has been very, very successful in our long bill on getting additional FTEs and funding to do the work that Coloradans expect from us in this space. And those vast improvements in biodiversity capacity, and some, you heard some authorities mentioned in the commissioner comments, protecting Colorado's water, enhancing state parks, and enhancing wildlife and their habitats. And it's the oil and gas fee can't be understated on the massive impact that will have on all things that we all care about moving forward. And those resources won't just be helping CPW, it'll be helping our partners that also do the great work with us to provide outdoor recreation and perpetuate wildlife going forward. I feel like I'm talking in a monotone voice. So tomorrow or Friday is, we have a lot of really special events to me. I'm just over a year in here in this seat. So I'm still learning a ton from some great people, both partners and definitely from the amazing staff of CPW. But tomorrow, or Friday, excuse me, is a pretty phenomenal ceremony where it's called our badge pinning ceremony. So it's new park and wildlife officers getting their badges and joining our team. And I did it last year. It was like a couple weeks in to the job. But I'm really looking forward to seeing those faces, the excitement. Like, this is a dream job for all of them and their families there to just celebrate kind of their journey to getting that badge, and then speaking to what that badge actually translates to now that you're on the job, and how important they are to all of us and to our mission statement. So I'm really looking forward to that pinning and swearing in ceremony Friday, just down the road here in Winter Park. I want to say, let's see. So the swearing in, we've been doing a really good job at. We were way behind in FTEs for a really long time. As these resources come on and the authorities come on, it really helps us try to catch up. I've never seen officers like all the way caught up for very long, even if they get caught up. So it's a constant battle and mission for us to be fully staffed with these critical FTEs. And just the people that we're bringing into the agency are phenomenal and take their responsibilities very seriously. So Friday we'll have 14 park manager trainees and 11 wildlife manager trainees and 1 wildlife technician that'll have their badges pinned on their uniforms for the first time. let's see. So another thing that we've talked about is just how do we take down the fences for folks so that everyone has a clear pathway into what we do and who we are and how we serve. So I just want to bring up a few really cool things that CPW is doing. I'm going to probably butcher this one, but it's Era Explorer mobile app. Thank you. That app provides access to visual interpreters when navigating state-operated locations and digital devices. So it gives people access to information about where they are and what to do. So super cool, and very pleased to welcome Maya Signs to our branding and communications team. She's our new bilingual communications specialist. And again, just taking down those barriers. So if English isn't your first language, you still don't have that barrier that prevents you from accessing and enjoying what we all enjoy here in Colorado. And we are also in the branding and communications team recruiting for an accessibility specialist. That's another thing. So how do we make sure that when people show up, we have the infrastructure there, so again, that they can participate in the things that we have the privilege of participating in here in Colorado. And last, and certainly not least, I know some commissioners have asked about Sweetwater, our progress on the Sweetwater project. So the Forest Service has spent the last 10 months working with the cooperating agencies, which we're one, as well as Garfield County, Eagle County, and the town of Gypsum, to take the community's input and incorporate that into a draft plan for the future of Sweetwater. This information was provided in a public meeting on April 8th in Gypsum. While there's still some differences of opinion on certain aspects, attendees were appreciative of the efforts towards compromise and of the time spent by the cooperating agencies to represent their constituents' input. So there'll be 2 more public comment meetings. Oh no, those were held last week to encourage additional comments for the NEPA process. And then from there, plan the future of Sweetwater Lake. NEPA was initiated in early May. And it's super important that constituents stay engaged throughout that until we get to that final product going forward. So I feel like we navigated some speed bumps right out of the gate on Sweetwater, and I just want to thank the local community in particular, being open to sitting down and kind of recalibrating and seeing what might be possible out there at that amazing location. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director Davis. We'll now move to agenda item 9. Turn it over to Dan Zimmer and the GOCO update. And he has a special guest with him. I'll let him introduce.
Cool. Well, good morning, Commissioners, Chair May, Deputy Director Mock, and Director Davis. Appreciate the time this morning. Again, my name is Dan Zimmer, and I represent GOCO as CPW's Parks and Wildlife Partnership Manager. And we appreciate our standing or recurring agenda item, and I'm going to talk about a few things today, and really happy to have a couple guests with me as well. So with that, I'll first like to introduce Charlie Garcia. He used to sit on the other side here, and he's now a member of our board and chair of our programs committee, and we're kind of in his backyard, so he wanted to have a few minutes to talk to you all.
Thank you, Dan. Chair May, Commissioners, Director Davis, Commissioner Greenberg, Deputy Director Malk, and my friend and the most important person at the table to my far left, who controls the rest of you, Jake Matter. Hi, Jake. Thank you for coming to Grand County. I was
former commissioner, and I will say there's no such thing as a former commissioner. Once a commissioner, always a commissioner, and I'm still proud and will always be proud to be part of the CPW family. But on behalf of the local CPW family, GOCO, and the Headwaters chapter of Trout Unlimited, welcome to Grand County. Welcome to the headwaters of the Colorado River and the major tributary, the first one to the Colorado headwaters is the Fraser River, and you're there. Headwaters are right here in Winter Park, and we welcome you on behalf of all of those organizations. Today, you're going to have an opportunity this afternoon to visit the Colorado River headwaters and the connectivity channel. And you may remember, those of you, when I was on the commission, we first started looking at that. It's something that a lot of us here in Grand County have been looking at since that crazy thing called Windy Gap Reservoir was built. And I say that with a bit of humor, but at the same time, Northern Water was the first ones to admit when they did the connectivity channel that Windy Gap was a mistake. And hopefully what we're seeing today is going a long way to fix that mistake. CPW, Great Outdoors Colorado, were large contributors to that project. That project was initiated and headed by the Headwaters chapter of Colorado Trout Unlimited, of which I am proud to be a longtime member of their board. I want to do a special quick shout out to CPW Aquatic Section. I know you people are always talking about big animals and bugs and birds, but you know, the aquatic section is a very important section, and I've got behind me the assistant director who oversees that, DeWalt Reed. Matt Nickel, I don't think is here today. I think you are going to meet today the Grand County biologist, John Ewart. And all of those people, I want to say thank you to all of the aquatic section staff for all of the great work you do. And I think what you're going to see today is just an example of that. A quick special announcement, I didn't hear it from Jeff, but another great thing the aquatic section just announced yesterday is Colorado's new program, which is Colorado Quality Waters. Those of us who are trout fishermen, fly fishermen, have been dealing with gold medal waters for a long time through CPW, but we didn't recognize some of our lakes and reservoirs. We didn't recognize warm water fisheries, and this is going to go a long way to doing that. So congratulations for getting that program off the ground. And finally, before I turn it back over to Dan, I'd like to recognize Travis Black and his people at CPW and all of the people in the back who are the local CPW staff who helped put this program together for you folks here in Winter Park, and for all that they do for us here in Grand County. Those of you who live sometimes in big cities don't have the day-to-day interaction with CPW that we're lucky enough to have when we live up here in the mountains. And our staff out of Hot Sulphur Springs are known to all of us up here and loved by all of us up here. And so I want to thank them for all the work that they do. Thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I'd be safe to say that you didn't miss a beat. It's like you never left here. And I'm one of the few that are fortunate enough to serve on the commission with Commissioner Garcia, and his influence is still with us today and will continue that way. So thank you very much. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Chairman.
Dan, all yours.
Well, thanks, Charlie. Appreciate you joining us up here, and we're super happy to have you on the board. Your expertise you bring, your experience from CPW is really valuable to the work that we do. So moving on for today, I was going to cover 3 items with you all. I wanted to report out on our annual Directors Innovation Fund grant program for CPW staff. I want to share an update on GOCO's North Central region, where we're sitting today, and then talk about some organizational items to share with you all. So with that, we'll jump right in here. Cool. So our Director's Innovation Fund was created collaboratively between GOCO and CPW staff, and it's designed to highlight and elevate unique projects that complement both CPW's and GOCO's respective missions. It's a pathway for CPW staff to access GOCO funding for individual projects that are above and beyond the regular operating and capital grants that are part of the annual investment proposal that I talked about, I think, a couple of meetings ago. But it really offers GOCO staff a unique opportunity to engage directly with CPW field staff throughout the state, and allows us to, learn about challenges and opportunities and the needs of CPW, and more importantly, to build relationship with CPW staff. And this grant program is funded through our annual investment proposal, and $150,000 was approved by our board for this coming fiscal year. Moving on, the interest in this program has really grown, which is evidenced by the fact that our biggest ask came in this year was about $450,000. So in the 8-year history of the program, we haven't come close to that. It was more than twice as much as last year, in fact. The number of applications has increased, and here you can see what some of the themes were from what staff are working on and what they're interested in, including intentional partnerships, both internally and externally, innovative opportunities to address unique challenges, and focus on increasing access, inclusive storytelling, and preservation of culture. In this next slide here, you can see the 7 projects among the many that were submitted that are being recommended. We're going to take them to our board next week and ask them to approve this slate of projects. But rather than talking about all these projects, I have invited CPW's Southeast Region Manager, Frank McGee, who's sitting here to my right, to talk about the Director's Innovation Fund grant program. His project has been selected this year, and he's also been a past recipient of at least one additional Director's Innovation Fund grant. So I wanted to allow him to speak to that. Let's see if this.
Thank you, Chair May, Commissioners, Deputy Director Mock, Commissioner Greenberg, Councilor Matter, Frank McGee, Southeast Region Manager. Dan asked me to come and speak about my perspective on this program as a staff person. And I think the 2017 date might not be correct, because I'm pretty sure I was one of the recipients of the very first round of these grants when I was in Grand Junction. In support of our Outdoor Wilderness Lab program, which at the time was supporting equipment for one class of one middle school for place-based environmental education, and that program now has expanded to be a district-wide program over there in District 51. Area 14 staff, when I was there, I believe we were successful in getting grants to support our canine program and our drone program. And then this year, the latest grant that was successful in getting some funding for was this Regional Partnership Initiative Adaptive Leadership Capacity Building Grant. And so the idea behind that particular grant is to work with one of our regional partnerships. I think you're all very familiar with that program. They're kind of tasked with balancing the needs of a geographic area and the people who live there, and trying to balance conservation and recreation. And that can be a very challenging thing. And so one of the things that we're looking to do is to bring in a vendor to offer some training in kind of working through those really hard topics. And this grant is meant to support the nonprofit members. We're actually working with one regional partnership initiative in this first year. It's the Pikes Peak Outdoor Recreation Alliance that I think Director Davis mentioned earlier. So that $25,000 is meant to support kind of the participation of nonprofit members of that alliance that might not otherwise be able to participate in a training. I believe, I'm hoping, we're targeting getting the RFP out for this and selecting a vendor. The RFP should go out, I think, on Friday or maybe next week if we can't get all of our paperwork together. But that's going to be happening very soon. So just wanted to speak briefly about some of the projects that we've been able to do with this funding, and it's really important because it gives us the opportunity to try new things that we might not otherwise be able to dedicate funding to.
Thanks, Frank. Appreciate that. And the projects were reviewed by a team of CPW staff representing all 4 regions, as well as 2 statewide programs. And then the final list was shared with Director Davis, and he approved what you're looking at today. So again, we're just really appreciative of this program and happy to be able to serve field staff with these new projects like those that Frank talked about. So shifting gears, I want to provide an update on GOCO's North Central region. And you can see here on our map that much like CPW, we have a regional model, but we have 7 regions that we work with, and we have staff in each of those regions so they can be close to partners to work with them to best serve them and match them up with our various grant funding opportunities. The North Central region includes 10 counties and 9 major rivers and the diverse watersheds. Our region officer, Dan O'Masta, would have liked to have been here today to talk about what's happening in the region, but he did share a few updates with me. And again, he's here in the region so he can work with partners and support their efforts and their collaborations with partners to enhance equitable access and recreation opportunities, to protect wildlife, to address pressing natural resource issues such as wildfire and drought, and of course to sustain working lands, which we've heard about, which is real important in this region of the state. So just take a couple minutes and share a couple slides with you all on those investments we've put into this region. In the past couple years, or just the past year alone, we've invested over $15 million in this region. That includes a $10 million loan to protect a $650 million ranch that is now part of the Maroon Snowbass Wilderness area. And we've also invested nearly $2 million from our Restore program. And I want to talk briefly about that. So our Restore program funds large-scale habitat restoration and stewardship projects on both public and private lands in Colorado. And the goal is to really maximize benefit for wildlife and communities. It's a collaborative partnership with the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation and Great Outdoors Colorado, but it does include 12 other government, foundation, and corporate funders. Since 2020, when the program launched, we had roughly $17.4 million that has gone into 59 projects across the state. But this has leveraged an additional $28.2 million for total impact of over $45 million in the state. So I wanted to highlight 2 projects you see here on the screen. In this year's grant round, or the most current grant round, Summit County Safe Passages received funding for the creation of construction designs for 3 significant wildlife crossings on I-70. And the completion of those designs should set them up to be well positioned to receive federal funding in 2025 and 26, and we're hopeful for that. We also were one of many funders in the Windy Gap Connectivity Project, which Charlie mentioned, so we'll look forward to getting out on the site visit this afternoon and seeing the product of that work here locally. And the Restore program has also funded a project at Trout Unlimited in 2024 to do habitat restoration and headwater streams that have been impacted by the 3 big fires from a few years ago: Williams Fork, the Cameron Peak, and East Troublesome fires. That's a great project that we're excited about. And one additional project locally here, Restore provided funding to Northern Water and the Kawanichi Valley Ecosystem Restoration Project to restore 32 acres of critical riparian habitat. And this project supports summer management and objective plans for Rocky Mountain National Park and the Colorado Cutthroat Trout Recovery Plan. So that wraps up my regional update here. I did want to talk about a few organizational items. I believe I've mentioned this before, but we're well into our strategic plan update. Our current strategic plan wraps up in fiscal year 25. So next month will be in the last year of our strategic plan, and we operate on a 5-year cycle. So the next plan will be for fiscal years 26 through 30. As part of that process, we're working with consultants that are helping us do stakeholder engagement from our competitive program partners, on a number of levels, from surveys to focus groups to one-on-one interviews. We're compiling that information. We're also working with the consultant who's helping us collaborate with CPW staff and really understanding the partnership and deepening the partnership and looking ahead to how we want to work together in the next 5 years. So we're excited about that process. We'll be hosting a number of joint workshops with GOCO leadership team and as well as CPW executive management team members here this calendar year. We're also doing some situational analyses on core topics to GOCO and our programs, and this includes kind of deep dive research into the status of our land conservation grant program and larger effort that supports urban and rural investments. We're looking at our trails program investments, our equity work, our stewardship and restoration program, which I just talked about. We're going to do a deep dive into community impact, our centennial program. We're also going to look at Generation Wild from both the grant program itself, where we fund coalitions across the state to connect youth to and families to the outdoors, but also our larger marketing communications campaign that supports that effort. And then lastly, we're going to be looking at the regional partnerships and our statewide strategy investments and seeing what that may look like in the future plan. Let's see, lastly, in the break, I want to share copies of our annual report. This is really cool because it shows the impact of GOCO investments through CPW. I shared a few slides in this when I last talked to you, but I do have a hard copy of that digs in much deeper, and just want to thank the many program managers throughout CPW that have submitted information and data for the report, and Martha Beavers and the CPW finance team that's compiled that and worked with the graphic design folks. We have a really great report. I hope you can find a few minutes to look through that. Next week, as I mentioned, our board will be meeting up in Eagle. As always, you're always invited to that. If anyone's interested in joining us on the 20th and 21st, find me at the break and I can share some additional information with you. Just be another opportunity to spend time with Charlie and myself. And then lastly, I want to talk about our Generation Wild summer campaign. As I mentioned, each year we do a campaign that supports the work of our Generation Wild coalitions. And really the goal of Generation Wild as a whole is to stem that disconnect between families and youth and getting outdoors and getting them to put down their electronics and enjoy the great outdoors here in Colorado. And each year it's a super creative effort. And this year it's focusing on native pollinators. In particular, our marketing team has created thousands of these seed packets of native wildflower seeds to support pollinators and our native bees in particular. And so we're doing a lot of creative marketing, paid media, earned media, partnership, social. We're going to be out at events throughout the state with our famous mascot, Wilder. And I did bring a box of these seeds to share with you all today and clarify again. They are native seeds. They have been vetted by scientists at the Butterfly Pavilion on Rich's team as well as at CSU. So we made sure that they're the right ones. And I'm happy to share those with all of you today. I think with that, I'll wrap up and see if there's any questions or comments.
Thank you, Dan. Any commissioners with any questions or comments? Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May. Well, Charlie, it's good to see you again, and congratulations. I know that connectivity channel was a hard-fought and long-fought project of passion for you, so I'm really pleased that we're going to get to check it out. And Frank, congratulations on having the Southeast region get more grants. I was pleased to see a lot of those SEs up there for a change. My question was, Director Davis spoke eloquently about the SWAP, which is one of my favorite documents. It's a beast. I accidentally hit print once, and it's about this thick. But what I was wondering is, GOCO, primarily in CPW, funded the Natural Heritage Program to do a statewide biodiversity inventory, sort of. And Director Davis spoke about species of greatest information need. And I view those two projects as they could be very collaborative and self-supporting, what the Natural Heritage Program is going to do and what CPW is going to do through the SWAP, and I just wondered how that grant implementation is going forward.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Charlie, or Jay, I'm sorry, Charlie's to my left here. Yeah, thanks for that question. I think definitely I can support it. I hesitate to speak on behalf of the SWAP team at CPW, but I know that, I'm pretty sure that CNHP is supporting that planning effort as well, and it can hopefully fill some of those gaps. CNHP is also working with our regional partnerships across the state and their regional planning efforts. They have spoken with regional partnerships at the past shared learning meeting that they host annually, and again, this will all support our Colorado Outdoor Strategy work, which I did have a bullet point on that, but I moved on past that. We are hoping to have a draft strategy. Super excited to be working with the CPW team and DNR, and that should be rolling out this summer, and we'll be taking that out to stakeholders across the state for feedback, and then use that to refine a final plan early next year.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Seeing no other comments, I appreciate and thank you for the presentation, and thanks for bringing that guest with you. We're going to change up a little bit. We're going to take a 10-minute break right now, which will bring us back at 10:28. Instead of 15 minutes, we'll try to gain 5 minutes here, so we'll stand in recess for 10 minutes. Meeting will come back to order. If everybody could have a seat, we'll begin now on item 10A. I'll turn it over to Brian Dreher and Matt Eckert. All yours, Matt.
Thank you, Chair May. Good morning, everyone. Commissioners, Deputy Director Mock, Director Davis, members of the public. I'm Matt Eckert. I'm the Terrestrial Program Supervisor. And with me today is Brian Dreher, Terrestrial Section Manager. We are presenting the final alternatives and staff recommendations for the 2025 to 2029 Big Game Season Structure Policy. We're now at the end of Phase 6 of this season structure process, and today is decision day. We have an action item, step 3 of 3, that the Commission will address during agenda item 10D, which follows public comment. CPW Regulations Manager, Hilary Hernandez, will join us at that time. We will now refresh on where we left off on all Big Game season structure topics from your May meeting, and then provide some additional information that we believe will be helpful to inform the Commission's decision on whether and how to limit over-the-counter elk licenses. As we go through each topic, if the topic shows up as green, like it shows now on this slide for early seasons, it means that there is only one alternative under consideration, and staff believe no further decision or discussion is needed prior to the Commission making a decision on this topic. However, there is still time to bring any topic back for discussion, should the Commission wish to do so. If the topic is highlighted in yellow, it means there are more than one alternative under consideration, and discussion is needed on this topic to make a decision. For early deer and elk season structure west of I-25 and including GMU 140 in green, the remaining alternative is status quo. This is a 29-day archery season starting September 2nd and closing September 30th each year. Muzzleloader season is also status quo. In May, the Commission chose to strike the staff recommendation of an optional standalone limited archery antler deer season from August 15th to September 1st. For the regular deer and elk rifle season structure west of I-25 and including GMU 140 in green, the remaining alternative is a change to a new 5-9-9-5-day season structure with breaks between the rifle seasons that are 5, 5, and 2 days. First season starts the first Wednesday after October 8th. In addition, limited deer hunting during the first regular rifle season is optional and can be proposed on a case-by-case basis when necessary to meet management objectives. For the pronghorn rifle season structure in green, the remaining alternative is status quo, but we are adding the option to create a 9-day second rifle pronghorn season that opens on the third Saturday in October on a case-by-case basis when necessary to meet management objectives. For the rifle moose season, in green, the remaining alternative is status quo, but we are adding the option to create additional late seasons for cow moose that is valid during the regular rifle deer and elk seasons, with no hunting during the breaks between seasons. These late cow moose seasons would be proposed when necessary to meet management objectives. For the license setting strategy for black bear, in green, we are making a slight adjustment to the current framework so that PLO rifle bear licenses can be limited where the population management strategy is to remain stable. PLO rifle bear licenses can be unlimited and issued over the counter where the management strategy is to reduce the population. For limitation of over-the-counter archery elk licenses west of I-25 and including GMU 140 in yellow, we have two alternatives that remain. Under Alternative 1, all archery elk licenses would be limited and issued through the draw. Alternative 1 means elimination of unlimited OTC elk licenses west of I-25 and including GMU 140 for both residents and non-residents. Under Alternative 2, unlimited OTC archery licenses are still available to residents in certain units. In the term certain units we're using includes those units that currently offer OTC archery opportunities. This alternative is not proposing to add OTC licenses back to fully limited units. Also, Alternative 2 fully limits non-resident elk licenses, meaning OTC opportunities for non-residents would be eliminated west of I-25, including GMU 140. Over-the-counter elk licenses issued for Plains units would still be available to residents and non-residents. For limitation of over-the-counter rifle elk licenses west of I-25 and including GMU 140 in yellow, we have three alternatives that remain. Alternative 1 is status quo, no change. Under Alternative 2A, all rifle elk licenses are limited and issued through the draw. Under Alternative B, resident and non-resident rifle elk licenses are limited and issued through the draw, and unlimited OTC rifle bull licenses are available for residents only. In other words, OTC opportunities for non-residents would be eliminated west of I-25 and including GMU 140. Alternative 2B would also change the scale at which OTC hunt codes are valid. Currently, they are valid in any OTC unit. This alternative would require the creation of OTC hunt codes that are specific to data analysis units. Now that we are all caught up, we'd like to review the staff recommendation for limitation of OTC archery and rifle and provide additional rationale to what has been provided in March, April, and May that will hopefully help the Commission reach a decision. Starting with rifle, staff strongly recommend Alternative 1, status quo. And I'll pass to Brian to include our rationale.
Well, good morning. Good to see everybody. Again, Brian Dreher, Terrestrial Section Manager. At the May Commission meeting, the discussion about increased archery participation seemed to spill over into the OTC rifle bull discussion. So I wanted to take a moment and show you this graph, which shows the trend in over-the-counter rifle bull elk license sales from 2001 to 2023. The red line shows resident sales, the blue line shows non-resident sales, and the yellow line shows the combined total. As you can see, since 2001, we've observed an overall decreasing trend in the over-the-counter rifle bull participation. So if OTC rifle bull hunters are reporting crowding concerns, we cannot attribute these concerns to increases in the overall number of OTC hunters. The trend would suggest that limitation of OTC rifle is not warranted based solely on participation. In previous presentations and memos, we reported the combined total of OTC rifle license sales. Because the total OTC sales are much greater than the total over-the-counter archery sales, it appeared that crowding of elk hunters was worse in over-the-counter rifle units than over-the-counter archery units. Because OTC rifle licenses are distributed across 2 seasons, we made this graph to better compare hunter participation between these seasons and methods. The trend in OTC license sales for the second regular rifle season are shown in blue. The OTC license sales for the third regular rifle season are shown in red, and the OTC sales for archery are shown in yellow. Starting in 2012, the archery sales topped the second season bull license sales, which was sustained until we started to limit archery licenses in the Southwest region. With the archery season longer than the second and third rifle season, this data demonstrates that density of OTC hunters in archery is higher than what we've observed for rifle from 2012 to 2021. This helps to demonstrate why we are focused on limiting archery licenses and do not think it's warranted for over-the-counter rifle bull. Over the past few months, we've also discussed the biological impacts of these changes. We've stated all along that we're going to continue to make decisions that are biologically sound, regardless of the season structure. So how is OTC bull hunting compatible with that statement? For rifle, all cow licenses are limited, so all harvest is set at sustainable levels that move us towards objectives set in our herd management plans. For bulls, we have the 4-point antler restriction that controls bull harvest based on the bull's age. So are these restrictions working to help sustain Colorado elk populations? One set of data that we can examine is the proportion of bulls to cows collected from our inventory flights. This graph depicts the bull to cow ratio for the southwest and northwest regions, which represents the highest number of elk in Colorado. From 2005 to 2015, we observed a downward trend in the bull to cow ratios with relative stability starting in 2015. This trend is something we certainly would want to watch, but I'm comfortable in saying that with the 4-point restriction, we are sustaining bull elk in Colorado. I'm going to skip this next slide as my summary, and I want to go to the next one, which it actually includes our financial analysis of OTC rifle limitation. For the purpose of limiting OTC licenses is to reduce crowding. So in March, staff provided us financial analysis to estimate the change in revenue that could result if we decided to reduce total license sales in OTC units by essentially status quo, no reductions, keeping licenses numbers high, a 10% reduction, a 25% reduction, and a 50% reduction to reduce crowding. On this slide, we've converted part of that financial analysis into a graph. Today, we are considering alternative 2A, which is full limitation. That is in blue on this graph. And alternative 2B, which is a limitation of non-residents and status quo for residents that's shown in orange. On the left side of the graph, we show that keeping license quotas the same after limitation of OTC, which includes that 0% reduction in quota, increases revenue. This is due to the increase in the number of hunters, primarily non-residents, who have to purchase a qualifying license to be eligible for a primary draw application. However, I want you to be aware that the major assumption in this analysis is that demand does not change. We had to essentially make that assumption because we don't have an idea of how demand for these licenses is going to change if we went to full limitation. We know that a lot of our non-resident hunters look to Colorado as kind of a place that they can go if they don't have licenses in other states. And so they come to Colorado because of that OTC over-the-counter opportunity that we provide. And so the major take-home in this is that if the demand in non-resident participation is reduced because we go limited, these estimates are underestimated. And that further and also articulates the reason why we feel like looking at archery limitation and this limitation may not be the greatest idea. And we can use the learning experience on what we're looking at archery to get a better idea of how demand might change by going limited, and that could help us better understand and project how revenue might change for full rifle limitation. So with that, I just want to provide a summary. We're seeing a declining trend in OTC rifle sales. During the past 10 years, crowding of elk hunters in OTC units has been less of a concern for rifle than archery. We do not have biological concerns with maintaining OTC rifle bull licenses. We've had substantially less public engagement for the limitation of OTC rifle compared to archery, and the financial impact of limiting OTC rifle should be heavily considered. For these reasons, staff strongly recommend the Commission approve Alternative 1, which is staying status quo for OTC rifle licenses. And now I'll pass it back to Matt to talk about archery.
So shifting to limitation of OTC archery elk licenses now, we understand that we have taken a lot of people by surprise, as the director made in his opening comments. That was not our intent with our change in staff recommendation on this topic. 4 months ago, we brought a recommendation to fully limit archery elk licenses west of I-25. And in March, after hearing the testimony from archery hunters who are very passionate about OTC licenses and listening to the discussions on hunting with family and friends, recruitment and retention, and hunting heritage generally, staff subsequently pulled our recommendation. We continued to listen and we tried to remain objective. In April, staff presented many pros and cons behind both alternatives under consideration. We heard additional public comments and new points of view. In May, the Commission worked to narrow the alternatives for limitation on OTC licenses, and we heard another round of public comments that further pleaded for retaining OTC archery licenses for residents. Following the May meeting, staff took into consideration all of the perspectives gained from each Commission meeting and discussed whether limitation of non-residents only was the best next step. We hope the following information will help the Commission find agreement on the path forward for limitation of over-the-counter archery elk licenses. Unlike what we just presented for rifle license sales, there has been an increasing trend in unlimited OTC archery sales over the past 20 years. Also, if you compare the blue and red lines on this graph, you can see that non-resident hunters are now getting more OTC archery licenses than residents. If you are wondering about the recent drop in OTC archery license sales, the primary reason for that drop is due to the full limitation of archery licenses in 5 Southwest elk herds during the period 2020 to 2023. Because of these limitations, we believe it is best to look at the trend in total archery elk license sales, which includes OTC and limited license sales. This graph includes the licenses that shifted from unlimited OTC to limited, and better shows the trend in total license sales, which is increasing. Again, non-residents are currently getting more archery licenses than residents, and that is because of unlimited OTC opportunities and the success non-residents are finding with drawing limited licenses in the first choice of the primary draw under a soft cap when resident demand is low. Similar to rifle, this graph visually represents financial analysis completed for archery that is relevant to the 2 alternatives now in consideration for limitation of archery elk licenses. Alternative 1 would limit OTC licenses for both residents and non-residents. That is in blue on this graph. Alternative 2 would fully limit non-residents only and retain OTC licenses for residents, which is orange on this graph. To address crowding, staff originally proposed a 10% reduction in quota after limitation of over-the-counter archery licenses and projected what that revenue loss would be. However, as Brian mentioned, the major assumption is that demand does not change after one of these alternatives are implemented. This applies to this analysis. Since we do not know how hunter behavior will change in response to limitation, especially non-residents who did not already apply for the draw, we are not able to accurately predict actual revenue loss. Therefore, limiting one method of take at a time, even if it is for non-residents only, would reduce the risk of severe revenue loss. To summarize the information provided for the archery side of our topic, there is an increasing trend in archery participation, and that's OTC as well as total archery license sales. Crowding in OTC units is a concern and is likely higher during archery than the second and third rifle season. And the change in demand in response to limitation is unknown. Nonetheless, we believe the financial impacts of both alternatives 1 and 2 for archery can be absorbed by the agency. In addition, for over 10 years, we've engaged the public about limitation of over-the-counter archery licenses. That is not the same for rifle. In 2019, the Commission approved an incremental approach to limit OTC archery elk licenses geographically to meet biological or social management objectives. Staff now see alternative 2 to limit non-residents only as the next logical incremental step. Lastly, CPW was impressed by the strong presence fulfilled by the resident hunting community on this issue. We have chosen to maintain OTC opportunities that are important to resident hunters and for future generations. So staff are now offering 2 different alternatives to further respond to the increasing participation and demand for archery licenses that we have observed in the past 20 years, as well as adapt to the increase in crowding realized in OTC units after 5 Southwest archery elk herds when fully limited. Both alternatives comes with pros and cons. Both come with unknowns. CPW recommends alternative 2. Residents and non-resident archery elk licenses are limited and issued through the draw, and unlimited OTC archery licenses remain available for residents only. Staff currently support this recommendation, but in the future, we may again need to consider full limitation. Several variables, such as Colorado's population growth and changes in hunter expectations, may call for more control of hunter distribution. Now for some of our closing comments. Overall, we recommend limiting over-the-counter archery licenses for non-residents only. That's alternative 2. And keeping over-the-counter rifle bull licenses status quo. That's alternative 1 for rifle. This will allow staff to monitor behavior changes in resident and non-resident hunters after limitation of OTC archery. We will watch for changes in resident demand for OTC archery licenses and non-resident participation in the primary draw. We will also learn how many resident archery hunters shift to over-the-counter rifle licenses and how many choose to no longer hunt in Colorado. We will monitor the economic impacts of limitation of non-resident OTC archery licenses. This includes CPW license sales. It may also include the potential impacts to local communities and businesses. And we will monitor perceptions about crowding and experience satisfaction in both archery and rifle units. We are already set up with annual surveys to measure this response. We propose evaluating this information over the course of the next 3 years before beginning the next season structure process to assess whether adaptive changes are necessary and whether we need to limit over-the-counter rifle licenses. After over 18 months of staff work, we encouraged the Commission to adopt staff recommendations of this big game season structure policy. But if you take only one staff recommendation for all of the topics in front of us, we hope it is to maintain the status quo for OTC bull rifle licenses. And lastly, we want to say thank you to our hunters. Once again, you showed up in numbers. Meeting after meeting, your presence was felt, and you provided feedback that stopped staff in our tracks, and we started rethinking our approach to over-the-counter limitation. So we hope that you remember that. If you hear anyone say that CPW doesn't listen to our feedback, maybe you'll recall we did listen to your feedback on this issue. And I want to thank staff. Staff, the entire process, has been more involved in this season structure than ever before. I've only been around for 2, but that's my understanding. Especially the Big Game Season Structure Working Group. What a solid team of professionals that put a lot into this process. I am very proud of their work and the outcome we have today. And thanks to the Commission. This is not easy. You hung with us. You tried to read and keep up. This is a lot of information and a lot to learn if you don't already know it. So well done, and we look forward to the discussion coming. So Chair May and Commissioners, at this time, please let us know if the Commission would like to bring back any of the topics that were green for additional clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate all of the comments on that. And I will go first. I would like consideration of the standalone early season deer to be brought back for consideration. I think there was possibly some misunderstanding on that, maybe not. But I would just like to clarify that that does not create any additional licenses. That simply spreads out the available licenses, and I understand it brings people into the area earlier, such as August 15th, but I contend that there are already multiple people in the area recreating, and a few, which will be a very small number. I think I've heard as many as low as 6. Is that possible, Matt? Licenses?
So first, you're correct that this would not add licenses. We would be shifting licenses from the September season to archery. That would relieve pressure in September. We would likely have a hunt code with a minimum of 10. That's pretty much our standard. But we're not looking at a lot of licenses here. This is very low pressure, a very desirable opportunity, a very limited opportunity.
Thank you, Matt. I would like consideration of that because I think, number one, it reduces the problem of overcrowding. I don't think it creates more pressure on our resource, and I think it's a big benefit to anybody who is successful in drawing of one of those tags. So I would like consideration of that to be done. So I'll open the floor. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May. Well, first, sorry, I agree with Chairman May on it's just the possibility of an early season that we then examine site specifically, and so I'm in favor of looking at it. I may be skeptical when it comes up, but it doesn't hurt to look at that opportunity, and it would seem directed at reducing crowding by spreading folks out. I did have a couple questions. One is under our last big game season structure with respect to archery, OTC for elk, we had sort of an incremental geographic approach where we kind of sequentially restricted mainly the Southwest. The Southwest. I get my. Will that continue under the current? In other words, is it possible where biological or other concerns raise their specter that we would still have the option to incrementally remove OTC in specific geographic areas?
Thank you, Commissioner Dutchin. We still have the public nomination process for limiting current OTC units. We probably would honor that. But no, we're not intending, with this change, we're not intending to limit any more at this time.
Okay.
And Brian will jump in here too.
Yeah, and I appreciate the question. And I think one thing to understand is that what we've seen kind of in terms of hunter displacement from the Southwest and limiting there is we've seen those over-the-counter hunters kind of be displaced into a smaller and smaller geographic area. And so I would want us to strongly consider whether or not further limitation is a good idea. Now, clearly, if we have biological issues and those things, we would want to examine that. But I would, we just have to understand that further limitation is just going to take those over-the-counter hunters and restrict them in the space for which they can hunt.
But I guess you could do it if you thought biology dictated it.
Yeah, and I think that's just a general statement over all of this. Certainly if we have a biological need and desire and justification, then the expectation is, we would look to take action on that.
Okay. Then my other question is, it seems the current staff recommendation on OTC archery is to see if limiting non-residents reduces the crowding issue. And I'm just wondering about flexibility in case that's not true. It seems if we go with the current suggestion, we're kind of locked in for 5 years. So if crowding persists, we won't have an opportunity to do anything about it for 5 years. Versus under a draw, you could set the licenses at status quo, whatever licenses have been being sold. And if crowding persists, you could dial the knob. And so I'm just wondering if you could speak to, if this doesn't fix crowding, how will we fix it without just letting 5 years go by?
Yeah, so that's a great observation. One, I think I'm trying to, full limitation does give us more ability to control. The only knob that we have to turn under kind of the limitation of only non-residents is non-resident participation through setting of those harvest quotas. And so that is the knob that we have to turn under this instance. We would not be able to do anything on the resident side. So.
And I'll just add that we do anticipate some reduction in participation on the non-resident side simply because they would have to go through the draw. So that should help with crowding, but we're not sure about what that drop in demand will be. And that's why we kind of want to watch what's going to happen with that change in behavior.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Phillips.
Cool. Thank you, Chair May, and thanks, Brian and Matt. What happens in private land only tags? Does everything stay the same there, or are we making changes?
So with in the scenario, we can create PLO hunt codes if necessary for non-resident. I think that's what you're getting at, to apply for those hunts if they're now fully limited, right? And then the OTC hunt code for residents still applies to private land. If there's something I'm missing in your question, let me know.
Thank you, Commissioner Phillips. Any other comments? Commissioner Otero, I see you're up. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was going to wait until after the other presentation and public comment, but just briefly, I just wanted to say thank you, express my gratitude to all of the public again for coming out and commenting. I think that's absolutely vital, and also to the staff for taking a nuanced approach to this and examining the incremental change and just following the data there. And I appreciate also the additional information on elk OTC rifle as well. So just big thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Commissioner Otero. I guess seeing no more questions from commission, we're ready to move into public comment. So everybody is aware, because of the volume, and as you can see how far behind we quickly get, we have limited this to 2 minutes. And I would just advise you to keep your comments respectful and concise to the items at hand, to provide the most benefit in the time you have to comment and give the commission the most benefit of your comments. So Katie, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair May. I think before we go to general public comment, we had Christian Tenerowitz, who was approved by you for 5 minutes to talk about discussion of OTC archery and solutions. We'll do that first.
Hello, am I up now?
Yes, you are.
Hello, I'd like to thank CPW staff for listening and acting. I'd like to thank the commission for my time to speak today. I wish I could be there in person. I planned on being there in person. I actually have a place in Fraser, but for work purposes, I had to go out of town, which kind of leads to my point of why residents need to be treated differently than non-residents. My family works hard to support multiple properties. We're not rich, but we spend money in this state every day, unlike non-residents who might show up for a week-long hunt. But anyways, getting to my slides here. You've seen this before. Brandon Stigfried has presented this, but I just wanted to touch real quick. here's 7 other states in the West that, they're top elk hunting destinations that they total more than 2.5 times the elk we have here in Colorado. Yet Colorado sells more non-residents licenses than all those states combined. If we could go to the next slide, I'll talk more about how some of these states manage their non-resident licenses. Montana, for instance, they don't have an archery specific license. They sell a general license, which you use the appropriate weapon during whatever season it is. It's over the counter for residents. It's a draw for non-residents. Oregon, another top destination, over the counter for residents. It's over the counter for non-residents as well, but only 5% of their controlled hunts go to non-residents. Wyoming, over the counter for residents. Non-residents draw at about 5 to 8 preference points. So these states are not treating non-residents equally with residents by any means. Idaho, it's over the counter for residents. Non-residents last year were capped at 12,800 licenses, which from what their Parks and Wildlife tell me, sold out day of. About 70,000 people were trying to obtain those 12,800 licenses. New Mexico, all their elk licenses are by draw for residents and non-residents. And they're the only other state close to Colorado in percentage of licenses sold to non-residents. So they sell a high percentage to non-residents, and thus their own residents, are not allowed to just purchase a license anymore. But they have less elk than we do also. Utah, archery licenses are over the counter for residents. There is limited over the counter for non-residents. Same with Arizona. If we could go to the next slide. I'd like to talk about how Montana does it, because a big consideration is keeping outfitters in Colorado happy. They are very much for limiting residents and non-residents, and the reason for that is because non-residents provide them a lot of business. So in Montana, the way they manage that is all their non-resident tags are by draw. With 2 preference points, you have about an 85% chance of drawing. So if you just went without an outfitter, you'd apply the first year, buy a preference point. By the second year, you'd buy a second preference point and have about an 85% chance of drawing. By the third year, when you have 3 preference points, it's 100% chance of getting the license. But if a hunter decides to go with an outfitter, if they obligate to go with an outfitter, they could apply their first year, buy a preference point. They get an additional preference point for going with the outfitter. So right off the bat, they'd have an 85% chance of drawing. That keeps their outfitters happy, brings more revenue into the state. If we could go to the next slide, please. Okay, these are reasons I archery hunt. I start my kids off fishing, small game, progressing to big game. You see the picture on the right, that's a couple of years ago, my 18-year-old son. You won't find a happier kid than that 18-year-old there. That was made possible by having opportunity to archery hunt every year. I'm telling you, if kids have to draw a permit, they don't draw a permit, they're going to lose interest, move on to basketball, hockey, whatever. And I just wanted to point out that non-residents in the majority of the states have an opportunity to deer hunt in their state. That's how they get their kids hooked. We lost that opportunity years ago. And if we lose our chance to purchase a license for archery over the counter, our hunter participation is going to drop off a cliff because, like anything, archery hunting requires practice. It requires skill. If I need to tell my kids, well, you didn't draw this year, maybe next year. Oh, we didn't draw this year, maybe the following year. They're going to lose interest. They're not going to practice, weekly like we need to be proficient with archery equipment. I want to point out I'm a project manager. I know that we're going to lose revenue if we limit non-resident licenses, but if the budget, I know that if the budget's for a project's $5 million, we're going to spend at least $5 million. If the budget's $10 million, we're going to spend at least $10 million. So what I'm saying is, CPW might have to make some adjustments. Yes, revenue is going to go down but I do not want our state selling our resident opportunity just to maintain high numbers with the amount of revenue we bring in. Other states manage with selling far less licenses, and I strongly recommend that we leave over-the-counter archery available for residents and either go to a system like Montana uses, that benefits the outfitters and will bring in more revenue, or maybe like Idaho, have a set cap and those licenses are available. I don't know if you want to do it by draw or first come, first serve, but a specific number for non-residents, because the numbers that I'm seeing, non-resident archers are the reason we have overcrowding. Resident archer numbers
Christian?
have been going down. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. That concludes Christians. I should have mentioned at the beginning, because of the volume of comment we have, unless a commissioner has a really specific question of a presenter, I'm not going to even inquire. If you have a very specific question you think is imperative to the discussion, key in, I'll go to you. Otherwise, we're just going to roll through the comments.
Thank you, Chair May. So we'll start with comment here in the room. So if I could invite up Henry Ferguson, who'll be followed by Kyle Ferguson. And as the chair mentioned, each person will have 2 minutes. There'll be a warning sound at 30 seconds and then a gong at the time's up.
Thank you, commissioners, CPW staff, and other staff here for the opportunity to speak to you regarding the big game season structure and also the early archery deer season. My name is Henry Ferguson. I'm the chairman of the Colorado Bow Hunters Association. We represent over 5,000 bow hunters here in the state of Colorado. And I first wanted to take a minute and personally thank CPW staff for listening to the opinions of the many bow hunters who took the time to speak in person, via Zoom, and sending emails to make their thoughts known on the OTC archery elk hunting in Colorado. This is perhaps one of the greatest examples of the democratic process in action that I've seen in my lifetime, and I want to thank you for that. I know the initial decision was not one that you came to easily, and you had a lot of discussion that went into that, and I appreciate the hard work that has gone into managing our herds. Our 303,000 elk in the state of Colorado are a terrific example of that hard work, and it does not go unnoticed. While you're often on the front lines and as such often take a lot of the negative feedback, I want to make sure you all know how much we appreciate that hard work and the collaborative nature in which we have come to this possible solution to a very complex problem. I wish that level of cooperation existed in every form of our government. By preserving OTC archery elk opportunities for residents, we're assuring that families and friend groups have the opportunity to hunt together on an annual basis. My son's going to be speaking next, and being able to see him grow up in the outdoors has been one of my greatest treasures in my life. Also, the early archery deer season, this is just something that will be a great opportunity for us to limit some of the pressure in the month of September and also provide a very high quality deer hunt for those who choose to hunt early in the season. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Kyle Ferguson, followed by Kim Kokesh.
Hello, my name is Kyle Ferguson. I just graduated from Thunder Ridge High School in Highlands Ranch, and I will be attending Adams State University for political science in the fall. And I want to thank everyone here for showing up and listening to what we have to say and take it into consideration. It means a lot, I promise. Now, I'm a hunter. I have been for my whole life. And while I love my own hunts, I look forward to hunting with my dad even more than my own hunts. The memories I've made with my dad over Labor Day weekends go as far back as I can remember, and they're the earliest memories for a reason. They're the best I've ever had. It even played a major role in me staying in state for college because I want to continue this tradition for as long as I can. I will do anything to let this tradition continue. I even would go as far to say as the best days hunting didn't even have any shots taken. They probably even involved a couple blown stocks. I look forward to having this opportunity to share with my family and my friends in the future. Now, this would be a lot easier with OTC because for people who are just getting into hunting, it's a lot easier to just go buy a tag at Walmart. Now, I share jerky and meat with coaches, teammates, and many friends who don't hunt. They love the jerky and it opens many doors to conversations. Many of my friends that are my age often overlook the draw when they're first getting into hunting. They just go to Walmart and get that tag. Now, if we take away OTC, this will take away a huge opportunity for new hunters. While the odds for them may be low, they get the opportunity to experience the mountains and learn lessons of patience like I have. Now, piggybacking off that, I have ADHD really bad. And I've learned a lot of patience in the mountains, patience with animals and patience with my dad, like when he blew a stalk on the biggest buck he's ever hunted. Now, I ask you to vote for Alternative 2, as staff has recommended.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Kim Kokesh, followed by Ryan Sedgley.
Director Davis, Chairman May, Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak today. Over the past 38 years, I've hunted in Colorado as a resident. I have witnessed firsthand the explosion and the overcrowding of the bow hunters in the woods. It's not just residents, it's everybody, including me. I believe Colorado Bow Hunters Association is a good organization who has kept true to their mission statement and policy statements in their efforts to educate and lobby CPW and the Commission for the benefit of Colorado bow hunters. I'm also a member of CBA. However, I disagree with CBA's current efforts to take archery to resident over-the-counter, non-resident draw. In the agency's latest proposal, I've never seen how they're going to manage those non-residents. Is it going to be a total cap, or is it going to be by unit? It hasn't been discussed. So my concern is something very similar to what happened in Unit 52411 on Grand Mesa when it went to draw last year. The number of tags that they issued was so high that overcrowding was worse last year than I'd ever seen it. And hopefully they have dropped the numbers this year, but still probably not enough to eliminate the overcrowding issue that's on Grand Mesa. The other thing that I see is the migration of these archery hunters. They came from, in my opinion, they came from second and third rifle season. They're going to move back to the second and third rifle season, and it's only going to make that situation worse. So I would urge the commission to vote all the way across the board that you keep archery, second rifle, and third rifle the same in consistency in your vote, be it limited draw for all 3 seasons, or at least over-the-counter resident and limited draw for all 3 seasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Ryan Sedgley, followed by Roger Cesario. Actually, next we'll have Roger Cesario, followed by Danny Ferris.
Hello, Commissioners, Chairman May, Director Davis. Thank you for the opportunity to comment here today. I'm Roger Cesario. I'm a 4th-generation landowner in Gunnison County. I'm a bow hunter. We're in the landowner preference program. I'm also the Southwest caucus rep for the Sportspersons Roundtable. I represent myself. I support resident preference through allocation. I'm also for full draw for all methods, all seasons, as an equitable solution to this problem. CPW has this model with mule deer, and it works. Mule deer preference point creep is much less than elk preference point. Elk has OTC, mule deer does not. Currently, after the primary draw in E14, which is Grand Mesa, there are 765 leftover either sex archery license. The primary draw just completed. Archery hunters can hunt every year. In these GMUs, all applicants, first choice through fourth choice, were able to draw a tag. If resident OTC for archery is continued, the only tool CPW has to address crowding is to reduce non-residents with a monetary tag value of 12-1. Another example is rifle OTC. If a GMU has a low bull to cow ratio and you continue OTC licenses in second and third rifle seasons, the only way for you to address that low bull to cow ratio is lowering bull tags in first and fourth season, which ties the hands of CPW biologists, basically does not address that problem. CPW needs all the tools in the toolbox for game management, and that's why I support draw across the board for all methods, all means. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Danny Ferris, followed by William Pellegrino.
I want to begin by saying I can't even express the gratitude that I feel toward the CPW leadership and their willingness to revisit their recommendation. I have a ton of respect for that. My great-grandfather started bringing my grandpa here to Colorado to hunt in the 1950s or maybe even the late 1940s. My grandfather started taking my dad out in the early 70s. My dad moved my family here in the early 1980s and started taking me out in the mid 1980s. I started taking my children in the 2000s, and I'm hoping to soon start taking my grandchildren out. Now, like most kids, when I was a teenager, I couldn't be told anything. And I went through about a decade where me and my dad couldn't be put in the same room for more than 5 minutes without getting at each other's throats. That time that we spent hunting was the only time that that didn't happen. And that time that I spent with him every year was the most important time that I've ever spent with my dad. And it meant everything to us. I want all of you to know that what you're voting on today isn't just our pastime. You're voting on our heritage and our ability to carry on our future, the future of our culture. Please see fit to protect our hunting heritage here in Colorado and vote on option 2, support the staff's recommendation and retain our over-the-counter hunting rights for our residents. It's why many of us lived here. It's why we came here. It's why we remain here. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll have William Pellegrino, followed by Steve Hildy.
Like everyone else, I want to thank you for the time and making this possible to speak and voice our opinions. How you vote is going to have a big effect on a lot of people's lives. There's a lot of points, valid points people brought up on why to continue with over-the-counter for residents. One of the things I haven't heard, I live in a military town. I live outside of Colorado Springs. I own a bow shop. I've been bow hunting for 48 years. I talk to bow hunters all the time. Probably 35% of my customers are military. We have Peterson Airfield Base, Space Command, Air Force Academy. I mean, it's a huge military city. There's about 100,000 military personnel and families in Colorado. They're typically here for 3 years, 36 months. Out of that 36 months, they're typically deployed for 18 months. That group of people are typically outdoors people. That's why they have the job they have. They're going to be affected in a huge way. If they're here for 18 months out of 36, they look forward to hopefully hunting one season. If they don't have over-the-counter available to them, they're going to be very limited. Chances are they're just not going to be able to hunt here. And they're going to be here for 3 years, and they're considered a resident while they're here, while they're stationed here. And that's just one small group of people that, this is going to affect. Kids, getting kids in the outdoors now when they'd rather be home playing video games. I've got a grandson, and I've got him in the outdoors, but getting him away from a video game and getting him out there, it's a challenge. And this is a pathway, over the counter is a pathway to get children outside. And, when I was a kid, Mom and Dad kicked you out the door. It was get outside and do something. There were no video games. And introducing new bow hunters to the sport, they don't get into the sport and start applying and wait 10 years and then go on their first hunt. That's not going to happen. They want to try it, and over the counter is that way of getting into it the first time and getting out there and enjoying it. So again, I want to thank you for your time, and I hope and pray you vote that residents get to the appropriate counter.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Steve Hildy, followed by Clint Whitting.
Director Davis, commissioners, staff, thanks very much for the time today. Your comments earlier struck home with me when you talked about hard on issues and soft on people. And so here today, soft on people for me, I'm here to ask for your mercy. I'd like to ask for your support and mercy for the early deer archery season. All you would be doing in passing this is creating a framework, and future issue papers would come forth, which you could accept or deny. Within the early archery deer season, there's several benefits. You get to get youth out before school starts. I have 2 youth in school. I have an 8th grader, a senior who just graduated. Sports starts in early August, so it's a great opportunity for youth. And it would also solve conflict. There are, in today's structure, there are 11 high country rifle deer hunts that conflict with archery. 2 of them start on the same exact day. So please adopt the framework. And then as far as elk go, I would ask you to support retaining over-the-counter for residents. I also want to thank the division, the director, for his leadership. I've been coming to these meetings for 20 plus years, and I've never seen the staff change positions like that. It may have happened, I've just never seen it. So obviously you guys heard us, you listened to us, and I appreciate that very much. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Clint Whitting, followed by Lane Walter.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to say thank you just to the CPW staff and commission for giving us the opportunity to speak. My name is Clint Whiting. I'm a resident of Teller County. I'm an archery elk hunter, and I also volunteer to help youth for a group in the youth outdoors and getting them outdoors. And one of the main topics that I speak about and hear from residents is the OTC opportunities for not only our youth, but our residents that live here, pay taxes here, and enjoy the outdoors. I'm extremely appreciative of the consideration of Alternative 2 for the residents. I do feel like that it's a good step to prevent the crowding that is being spoke of. And I do feel that with limiting the non-resident, there will be less crowding and a better balance within the outdoors, which I think ultimately will have a better experience for everyone. So collectively, I do speak for a lot of residents that were not able to come here on a Wednesday to Winter Park. 3-hour drive for me to just speak on behalf of a lot of residents here. So again, thank you, and I appreciate everything you guys have done.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Lane Walter, followed by Suzanne O'Neill.
I want to thank the commissioners for your time and dedication to Colorado's wildlife and for being here today. And I really want to thank the Parks and Wildlife staff for the revision of their position on the OTC archery elk tags and supporting keeping OTC archery elk tags for residents while limiting them for non-residents. I really appreciate them listening to everyone and not making a huge change when only a scalpel is needed. These steps will have a great effect on crowding, but not wipe out OTC archery licenses altogether. I truly believe that this option will be what is best for the wildlife and our great hunting heritage here in Colorado. I appreciate everyone that is here to testify, and you're going to hear from a lot of CBA members today. Myself and Henry are here to represent the Colorado Bowhunters Association and the majority of our members. We conducted a survey of our members, and the majority of our members were in favor of keeping OTC archery for residents and limiting them for non-residents. I believe I sent that out a while back to a lot of the commissioners. The OTC hunting licenses have proven to be a great tool for wildlife management, with the most recent example of that, our elk herds are up to 303,000, when a few years ago they were at 280,000. So if OTC didn't work as a wildlife management tool, our elk herds would not be growing. It's working. We want to do what is best for our wildlife and provide the best hunting opportunities for everyone. The large majority of people have spoken in favor of keeping OTC for residents. I want what is best for our wildlife and our hunters. I do not want to see Colorado turn into a state that manages for trophy and expensive elk hunts. I believe that's a slippery slope, and that alternative one would be a step in that direction. I really encourage you to vote for alternative 2. I don't think it would affect land voucher tags or PLO tags. Lastly, I would like to talk about the new archery deer season that's been discussed. I believe there were some misrepresentations in there. It's not going to create any extra tags. It's just going to move the hunting pressure, and it will help the outfitters and keeping bow hunters out of the September season, where there's already rifle bear, there's muzzleloader, there's rifle deer hunters. There's a lot of other stuff going on in there, so it's just going to spread it out, and I believe it'll actually be better for the wildlife. So please vote yes for archery alternative 2 and vote yes for the early deer season. Does anybody have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Suzanne O'Neill, followed by Michael Graves.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Director, Deputy Director, DNR. Suzanne O'Neill, Colorado Wildlife Federation. As you know, in March, April, and May, we firmly advocated for totally limited archery. And our thinking was management flexibility that we believe is really needed. And then we thought that could evolve quickly into a mandatory hunter harvest survey, and then in that a lot of unknowns could be addressed and a good baseline could be put together. So under the new proposal, you could still have a mandatory hunter harvest survey for non-residents in certain units, and also in the future, if you decided to impose any limited units for residents, then you could use that survey, but who knows when that would be. Anyway, with the demands of recreation development and all the factors we know so well, we just really believe it's important to get a good, solid baseline for future management decisions. And thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Michael Graves, followed by Jennifer Burby.
Good morning, and thank you for this time. I will be 62 years old this year. I started hunting big game at 14 years old as a resident of the state. I was not born in Colorado like some of my siblings. I was born in Selma, Alabama, 2 years before Martin Luther King marched there. My folks moved here before the highway and tunnel system was created to open up the state to development. Growing up on the western slope, I've seen the good and the bad parts of the state. One of the bad parts is how the commission over the years has not done the proper thing in regards to resident hunters of the state. We have watched and listened and shaken our heads over the years. Somehow politics infused into the fabric of the commission. We used to state that Dow sells more licenses to non-residents than there are big game species in the state. You are the trustees of the wildlife for this state and for its residents and for nobody else. This commission should be making recommendations to make all non-residents draw, period, and OTC for residents only, no matter the method of take. Our way of life is threatened by the NGOs that want to stop hunting, shut down federal lands to hunting and ranching in the state. I listen to how human impact is affecting wildlife. The Front Range needs to be under a growth moratorium. The Front Range wants the water from the Arkansas Valley and San Luis Valley. Society has changed. We used to take our firearms to school in our pickup trucks and nobody raised an eyebrow. Somehow the family unit has fallen apart. Hunting and angling supports family values and builds tradition and character. I've been in law enforcement for 32 years of my life. I've been a corrections officer, police officer, detective, senior investigator for a district attorney's office. I've given training to judges and DAs, but I've never forgotten where I grew up while living and working on the Front Range. We have a saying with the law enforcement and judicial community: when the public trust is violated, the public always steps up to rectify the problem. I hope that the commission listens to the new staff recommendation in regards to archery. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Jennifer Burby, followed by BJ Hockenberry.
Bam. I was waiting for you to start.
I'll start when you start.
Hello, Chair. Hello, Director. Thank you, Commissioners, for listening to comment today. All of you have received our comments in writing. My name is Jennifer Burby from the Colorado Outfitters Association. We stand by our support of the May issue papers. We also applaud the addition of a rural economy study and a further addition of a definition for crowding and what that means to various hunters in the field. We would also request a full hunter harvest survey so that we can utilize more data in those studies and in our decision making in the future. Thank you. Oh wait, should I just sit here till it gongs? Oh, you missed.
Thank you, Jenny. Next, we'll have BJ Hockenberry. And then after BJ, unless I receive more blue slips, we'll be switching to our virtual public comment on the same item.
Good morning, Commissioner May, Director Davis, Commissioners. I'm grateful for this opportunity to speak again to you guys today on the big game season structure. I'm advocating for the elimination of OTC archery. OTC licenses are not a management tool. I've voiced many concerns in the past about OTC, and I'd like to add a few more. In the past few years, CPW has made progress in limiting some of the DAUs. OTC resident tags would be a setback on that progress. It would undo what took many years to accomplish. OTC resident is the wrong model for preference point creep. As CPW is working to minimize preference point creep, OTC resident tags would make this worse, not better. An OTC resident model is a non-economical resolution. Resident hunters would have to be charged more per license. It takes 12 resident hunters to equal 1 non-resident. As a sportsman, an outfitter, a rancher, and most importantly, a conservationist, I ask you to protect our wonderful resource we have in this state and eliminate archery OTC. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're going to shift gears to our virtual public comment. If we could get Brandon Siegfried up, please. Brandon was pre-approved by the chair for 4 minutes, so I'll be changing the timer and then we'll be going back to 2 minutes after that.
Katie, I would, in front of Brandon, I'd like to say that Brandon actually had asked for 10 minutes, and we moved that back, I think, to 5 minutes, then to 4, because we knew we would have such a huge influx. So, in all due respect, that's why this has been done. Go ahead, Brandon. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Brandon Siegfried, founder of the Colorado Resident Hunter Association. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of the commission today. I have a list here for our top 8 reasons to preserve over-the-counter archery elk for residents only. Number 1, CPW staff now recommends preserving OTC archery for residents only. Thank you, CPW staff, for changing this recommendation and now supporting alternative 2. Number two, elk herds have increased from 280,000 to 303,000. Congrats, CPW, on the 8% increase in our elk herd. Number three, nearly 7,000 signatures on the Save OTC for Resident Only Change.org petition. And that continues to grow, even though we're not really sharing it anymore. And that was Save OTC for both archery and rifle, by the way. Number four, the final on my April Cora has finally come in after a lot of dust and some appeals and court talk. And CPW still hasn't really shared just OTC archery for residents by themselves. And the fact of the matter is, over the past 20 years, residents are down in OTC archery from 13,274 to 13,024 in 2023. What was revealed? The overcrowding during OTC archery elk seasons is 100% from non-residents. Residents are actually down by 8,000 since 2016. And there, of course, are more non-residents than residents participating in OTC archery elk seasons, which is unheard of in any Western state. Number five, my most recent Cora came in last week. I did it because at one point with my other Cora, they were trying to add in the limited archery numbers. So I Cora'd the limited archery numbers since 2003. There are currently more non-residents than residents in limited archery elk. 7,500 non-residents, 6,950 residents. Number six, if you combine OTC archery elk and limited archery elk, there are over 2,000 more non-residents than residents. Additionally, when you combine, it's revealed that residents have declined over the past 2 years when you combine those two categories, from 20,232 to 19,982. And here's the big difference. Non-residents are up nearly 50% when you combine those two categories, from 14,982 to 22,177. So the trends for anything with archery and residents is down, so there should be no concern about some sudden surge in resident participation. No matter how you analyze the archery elk data over the past 20 years, the issue is the non-residents. There is an effort to preserve family hunting heritage in Colorado, and we appreciate all the residents stepping up, and we're trying to restore that equity to the resident hunter. The 1,232 members of the Colorado Resident Hunter Association ask that you preserve OTC archery for residents only by supporting Alternative 2. Last point, number 8. With limited non-resident elk applications up by 45,000, that's total limited elk, including rifle, since 2016, and residents drawing 17,000 fewer limited elk tags in Colorado since 2016, it's time CPW shifts its focus from non-resident dollars to serving the residents of Colorado to preserve our family hunting heritage. Residents are the only beneficiary of the public trust you manage. Randy Newberg's been doing some outstanding podcasts regarding what's going on here. He's done his last 3 podcasts on Elk Talk have been on the public trust and the commissioner's responsibility to serve the residents. Non-residents are a mere stakeholder as a visitor. They have no seat at the beneficiary table. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Kirby Wynn, followed by James Dones. If we could get Kirby up, please. Kirby, looks like you're ready to go.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Kirby.
Thank you. Kirby Wynn, multi-decade bow hunter in Colorado. Appreciate the opportunity. First, I'd just start off, you've heard some of this before, but I mean, it's really pretty simple. Colorado is way overweighted in terms of their treatment and handing out tags to non-residents as compared to residents. You look at Arizona, Utah, Nevada, and Montana, they're all right at 90 or over 90%, all public elk tags going to residents instead of non-residents. And that makes a lot more sense. Colorado, we're right around 59% of all the public elk tags. Forget the PLO and all that stuff, that's different, but 59% or so are actually going to residents, which is way, way low. And so this will be a step in the right direction. As you know well, elk and all wildlife in Colorado are held in trust for residents, where by law, the residents are the beneficiaries that you're required to consider and provide benefits for first and foremost. As mentioned before, Non-residents are stakeholders, but they are not beneficiaries of the trust that you're supposed to be managing to the resident benefit. So I urge you to support the staff recommendation to maintain OTC resident archery elk and to limit the non-residents. I'd ask you to go a step further and make sure that you don't throw in so many limited tags that it has no actual effect on the crowding by letting all the residents basically come in with no effort at all to have a limited tag that's not actually essentially limited. So please take a look at that when you do it. I mean, our state sells 10 times the non-resident tags as compared to other comparable Western states. And this reasonable recommendation by the staff will barely dent that. So again, I urge you to please follow the staff recommendation and keep the OTC archery elk and to limit the residents. It's an appropriate action to do, and it's a good first step. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we'll have James Dones, followed by Jake Ronk. James, we can see you, but it looks like you're on mute. You might have to hit accept on your end.
Okay, how's that?
That's good now. You can go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Chairman's, commission, board, I just want to thank you again for allowing me to come before you and speak. My name is James Dones. First, I want to thank Mr. Eckhart and also Mr. Dreher for all the communication that I've had with them over the last few months, and just really appreciate how the commission has taken the time to hear what we're saying. It makes me very optimistic as regards to this process. If I listen to the comments from prior commission meetings and read meeting documents, my impression is that there are three key considerations: overcrowding, revenue, herd management. I agree wholeheartedly with this. If I consider the alternatives being presented, status quo for rifle OTC is not the right answer. Bottom line, the current OTC licensing format is not a herd management tool, which is, in my mind, the main reason to work towards fixing it, not discontinuing it. For that reason, I would strongly recommend moving forward with either rifle OTC alternative and removing the status quo option. First, both alternatives offer a chance to lessen the negative impact to revenue. Second, both alternatives are a great start towards making OTC a viable management tool because they allow the CPW to manage hunter distribution, which is a critical part of herd management. I strongly favor alternative 2B because it aligns with the staff preferred alternative for archery by retaining OTC for residents only. I believe it was Commissioner Otero in the prior meeting who suggested offering resident OTC licenses based on DAU, not GMU. In fact, I would make the archery OTC license description match the rifle OTC license description in alternative 2B to simplify things and remove any chance for confusion. This is a huge step towards making OTC a viable herd management tool versus the current free-for-all that leaves more questions than answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Jake Ronk, followed by Joshua Haga.
Okay. Good morning, CPW staff, Commissioner May. Thank you guys for taking us into consideration again. I feel like after listening to all the residents and the beneficiaries of this state, I personally feel like this vote should be fairly easy. That is just me, though. The residents of this state have said that they would like to prefer to keep the over-the-counter archery for residents only. I would also agree that the new staff recommendation is the best option, not only for the residents of the state, but for its elk herds. Our elk herds are doing phenomenal. We are up to 303,000, which is, as you heard, an increase from years past. There may be some fiscal issues that come with this. Understandably, Colorado CPW has ways to manage those issues. If we implemented a preference points fee, I think that could help not only with the point creep, but also help keep those numbers low for us and increase the revenue that we may be losing when we implement this. CPW could also implement something that Idaho does, which is maybe implement like a super tag, a statewide tag that could be used for residents or non-residents just paying a fee when we do our applications. So Commission, I I plead with you. This is something that I truly love. This is what got me into hunting. This is what keeps me in it. This is what keeps me in the state, basically. I love the elk. I love not only the elk, but where I elk is truly my home. I look forward to it every year. So please keep us in mind. I would also like to say I am also barely for the new early archery season. Like you've heard, it's not going to increase any tags. I think it would greatly relieve pressure on deer because we are spreading that season out. We're not hitting them so hard all at once. So thank you all so much for your time and for your consideration to us all.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Joshua Haga, followed by Jared Karshner.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Joshua.
Perfect. Okay, so thank you, commissioners, and happy hump day. I appreciate all of you for taking the time to listen to another Adamant Bunch. I can't imagine what all of your email inboxes must look like right now, and then also after the meeting. I was personally surprised when I emailed all of you that I got a lot of personal responses, so that was cool. Thank you. Also, thank you, Director Davis, for your leadership and oversight, given the recent changes to staff recommendation. I feel as a resident with the changes that I've been heard. And then also, Matt, thank you for the comments that you said at the beginning of the meeting. I think those are really important and really big. In regards to OTC, incremental change seems best for residents and staff. This also aligns with all other Western states that have done something similar. Limit non-residents as a first step, and then monitor changes over time, see how those affect crowding, demand, etc. OTC is a management tool. To say otherwise, I think, is silly. Colorado and many other states have used it for decades, and it's worked. It's continued to work. It has positive effects. The elk herd numbers are up. Doesn't give you the granular infinite control of putting everything to a limited draw, but I think it strikes a really nice balance between resident opportunity and yeah. So I think just keep it OTC. And then also another thing I wanted to throw out there before I run out of time here is the draw working group, and what they're doing is intertwined with BGSS. They just voted unanimously to protect resident preference through all choices. We need that immediately, as soon as possible. That's going to be really important with all non-residents potentially going to the draw. We need more protection there. So that's really important. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Jared Karshner, followed by Jose Loera.
Hey, Katie, could I interrupt?
Yeah, hold on a moment, Jared. Go
I don't
ahead,
know
Chair.
if we have a sergeant at arms, but I'd like to ask if somebody could open the door, let some air in here. I don't think it would hurt anybody's feelings. There's our sergeant at arms.
It's not affecting Jared online, though, so he's good.
It's hot in Denver.
Go ahead, Jared.
Hi, I'm here to advocate for maintaining over-the-counter archery elk hunting exclusively for Colorado residents. The issue is crucial for several reasons. First, CPW staff now recommended preserving OTC archery for residents only, and highlighting the importance to keeping these permits within our local communities. Our elk herds have increased from 280,000 to 303,000, demonstrating the effectiveness of our current management policy practices, which should continue to prioritize Colorado residents. Residents' participation in OTC archery have remained stable over the past 20 years, with 13,274 participants in 2003 and just around 13,000 last year. Although we haven't seen the full data for all the OTC licenses, it's evident that overcrowding issue discussed is primarily due to non-residents. Public support obviously is for maintaining OTC archery for residents. We referenced Brandon's change.org petition, Save OTC for Residents Only, with the 6,800 signatures. So if we're at 13,000 residents, almost half of that is supportive of that. Moreover, non-resident applications in limited elk hunts have increased by 45,000 since 2016, while resident applications have only increased by about 2,000. This disparity highlights the need for limiting non-resident participation to alleviate overcrowding and preserving hunting quality. Preservation and OTC permits for residents is crucial for maintaining Colorado's family hunting heritage. Resident youth are drawing 3,700 fewer tags than they did in 2016, and residents are drawing 17,000 fewer elk tags than in 16. So ensuring residents have access to these opportunities is vital for future generations. I fully support CPW's decision to limit OTC participants for non-residents and urge the Commission to continue prioritizing residents for future policies. This approach ensures sustainable hunting practices, supports the economic stability of rural communities, and preserves the cherished state tradition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Jose Loera, followed by Adrian Goad. Should have Jose up.
Yeah, so can you hear me?
We can. Would you like your video on, Jose?
Yeah, that's great.
All right, we see you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just here to advocate for Alternative 2 to maintain OTC archery for residents. I didn't grow up in a family that hunted, and it's something that I want to pass on to my son. Ever since I graduated college, I wanted to do the hardest thing, and I haven't connected on an elk yet, but this is something that's kept me in the woods year after year after year. I brought in other people into hunting because of the experiences they had in the woods, and they've also bought over-the-counter licenses, and these are residents. And so it's super important not only for me, but the residents of Colorado. I thank the staff for listening to all the public comment. One in which I spoke about as well, but I think it's just super important to maintain that. Other Western states have a process that's similar in structure. I think the last point that I want to make is just that we got to keep our kids active. If you limit like the number of times that they get in year after year, these kids start playing video games, doing all these other things, and archery hunting is the hardest thing I've ever done, and I think it's super important to expose our kids to challenges in life, to gain that grit that they may not get in school, in sports, and so it's super fundamental to their character development, and it should start super early. So I just want to push supporting Alternative 2, and then also supporting the early season deer change. I think it just alleviates pressure on deer, and also alleviates pressure amongst other hunters. So I appreciate you guys' time. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Adrian Goad, followed by Stephen Guerri. Adrian, go ahead.
Hi, can you see me? Okay. Yeah, like Jose, I'm here for my kids. This isn't really about me, but I'll go ahead and get started. Good afternoon. Please act on the concerns and voices you've heard over and over from resident hunters. OTC archery and rifle should be retained for residents only and limited for non-residents. Non-residents are the cause of overcrowding in both archery and rifle. As I have seen time and time again at the trailheads and bumping into hunters in the field, the amount of non-resident pressure is staggering, at least here in the southwest of Colorado. Please believe us. We keep telling you what the problem is and how to correct it. It is disconcerting that it's taken until the 11th hour and at least one core request to get data from CPW that aligns with what residents have been saying is true. Overcrowding is due to non-residents. Numerous residents and non-residents have voiced their feedback through surveys, meetings, and emails on both archery and rifle OTC becoming limited. I do not understand how the May 31st Director Memo states on page 1, Section 5, that there hasn't been adequate public engagement on limitation of OTC rifle. Every single public engagement survey or meeting I've attended has specifically asked about OTC rifle, just like OTC archery. I also don't understand the reasoning that it takes 2 or more big game season structures of public engagement to implement a change for OTC rifle. Limiting non-residents should be the first step. If more limits are needed, we can reassess at the next big game season structure. I appreciate that CPW has finally listened to public comment and are recommending retaining OTC for archery, but this does not go far enough. OTC rifle should be retained for residents only. Additionally, please demonstrate to the public that there is no conflict of interest and recuse yourself if you cannot avoid the appearance of personal benefit from this vote. Please don't disregard this effort by the residents of Colorado to say what matters to them. You are serving as trustees for the residents of Colorado, and it should be your duty to put residents first. Thank you for your consideration and taking the time to listen to the residents of Colorado, the only citizens and beneficiaries you serve within the public trust doctrine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Stephen Guerreri, followed by Jake Kunkin. Stephen, go ahead.
Chair May, Commissioners, Director Davis, Steve Guerreri here over in Gunnison. Appreciate the opportunity to comment today. You're hearing a lot of passionate testimony today. It's great to see all the passion out there. I'm a fourth generation livestock producer in the Gunnison Basin here, and I want to support totally limitations for archery and for rifle for residents and non-residents. We've heard a lot of talk and a lot of surveys over the last couple months, and it's obvious that originally CPW staff supported total limitations for archery. We've reached that tipping point. It gives staff opportunity to have all the tools in the toolbox to manage our wildlife correctly. If we continue going down the same path, we're not going to have any changes as far as crowding goes. We've been talking about this for 10 years. We've kind of reached a tipping point, like it's been talked about numerous times, and I hope that we'll take that step forward. Change is always scary, but there's lots of opportunity out there for residents. These units that have been limited over the last few years, there's hundreds and hundreds of leftover tags after the primary draw. So there'll still be a lot of opportunity for residents to have the opportunity to archery hunt. Secondly, I'd just like to bring up the Gunnison Basin. The late dates that have been approved, I've talked about numerous times. It's just continued to be very concerning to me. We talk about, no, overcrowding is not an issue during rifle seasons. I encourage commission and senior staff to make a trip to the Gunnison Basin during the second and third rifle season and see what crowding is taking place during the second and third season. It is pretty upsetting if you want to take a look at something like that. But I encourage the commission to go limited archery and rifle, resident and non-resident. Thank you for your time.
Katie, Stephen, while you're still there, I do have a question or comment on this particular item because I'm glad you brought up the situation in the Gunnison Basin with that third and fourth rifle, because we have heard that numerous times and we don't seem to be addressing it. I think that that's probably a management unit specific thing, but I would really like to implore staff to do something about that, because I've heard it from both hunters, from ranchers, from everybody that watches that happen, and it's an abusive situation. So sorry to get on my soapbox, but I agree with you. That's something that needs to be addressed quickly.
Yes, I agree. I appreciate that very much. It's definitely something that we need to take a hard look at. These late dates are just, it's tough on our wildlife in the Gunnison Basin. If you look at the current flight data from this previous year, the bull-cow ratio in these units is starting to go down from these late dates and the over-the-counter hunting. In unit 55, 551, the recent count showed 14 bulls per 100 cows. Our management objective from the recent HMP, which was just approved in February of 23, is a bull-cow ratio of 23. And we're not achieving that. So we're not achieving our management goals in the Gunnison Basin also. Thank you.
Yeah, I couldn't concur more, because everything I hear is that there are a couple situations coming out of some of those draws that it's just a killing field. And I don't think that's what anybody in this room wants to happen. So,
no, it's not what we need.
Yeah. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jake Kunkin, followed by Bill Wilson. Go ahead, Jake.
My name is Jake Kunkin, and I am a resident bow hunter here in Colorado. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to extend my gratitude to Colorado Parks and Wildlife staff, particularly Matt Eckert and Jeff Davis, for their diligent efforts. I also appreciate the time and dedication of our commission members, many of whom I've had the pleasure of speaking with recently. I'm here to support the recommendations to limit OTC archery license for non-residents while maintaining them for residents. This decision aligns with the concerns of many resident hunters and preserves the traditions and heritage we hold dear. I'd like to remind you this conversation stemmed from a survey where hunters responded that it felt too crowded. Until hunters are alone in the field, they will always report that the landscape is more crowded than they would prefer it to be. I acknowledge that outfitters play a significant role in our hunting community. However, turning all of Colorado into a limited hunt area would drive up prices due to supply and demand, benefiting a few private businesses at the expense of many resident hunters. Most outfitters are booked years in advance and rarely have difficulty filling their tag allocations or openings. While there are 900 private outfitting businesses, we must consider whether it is more important to support these private enterprises or preserve hunting opportunities for our 16,000 resident hunters. Over-the-counter hunting is a crucial management tool, especially when paired with mandatory reporting for both hunter harvest and days spent in the field. By improving our data collection and management efforts, we can better understand where OTC hunting is most effective. This will also allow us to evaluate future big game season structures with greater accuracy. Bow hunters and the Colorado Bow Hunters Association are eager to work with the Commission on common goals, such as lobbying our legislature to increase non-resident tag pricing, which is not set by the Commission. We are grateful for the opportunity to participate in our democracy and to help preserve our shared resource for future generations. The past few months have been trying and contentious at times, but I like to remember the idea that alone we can go fast, but together we can go far. Let's continue to bolster our strong relationship into the future to support one another with a common goal of preserving our animals, landscapes, and hunting heritage for Coloradans now and in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Bill Wilson. I believe Bill will be our last public commenter on this item. Bill, go ahead.
Well, thank you. Good morning, Chairman May, or good afternoon, I guess, by now. Director Davis, Deputy Director Mock, Commission members and staff. My name is Bill Wilson, and I'm speaking today as a hunter, as a dad, as a grandpa, and as an outfitter. I'm talking about the big game season structure, and I wanted to show my support in limited drawing for resident and non-resident archery hunting. And I think because I've experienced here in Unit 70. It's been, currently I guide in Unit 61 and 70, and I've hunted in both. Only twice in Unit 61, so most of my hunting is done in 70. Currently, 61 is a full draw unit. Is a draw for first, fourth rifle, and archery. Unit 61 quality speaks for itself. As Colorado moves to a full draw state, as science indicates needs to happen for management of all big game, I think we might as well start with the archery, drawing statewide and move towards eliminating over the county. Unit 70 moved to the draw for archery, I think, 3 years ago, maybe 4. Since then, less traffic in the forest. And when I do get a chance to guide in this area, we can actually find elk on public lands. The elk don't seem to be pushed onto the private. The unit is around 400 tags, and I know of no one that does not draw a tag when applying using the first choice as an option. It's resident or non-resident. I've also noticed more elk activities on the rut on public lands to the draw. As a business owner, it's nice to offer more of a quality hunt also while benefiting the resource. The only way to know how many hunters are in that area is to go to a full draw. Anyway, I'm coming to the end of my time here, so I would like to say I love the work I do, packing, the guiding, the camps, the clients, the wildlife, and I ask in the end that the commission do what is best for the wildlife in the state of Colorado.
Thank you. So that concludes public comment on this item.
Katie, did I misunderstand? We had one more blue slip, or we don't have that? Okay, thank you. You know, before we begin, I'd like to call on Councilor Matter to address an issue that came up repeatedly that I think would add some clarity to this.
Yes, sir. Happy to. In the written public comments and in oral public comments, there have been some questions about recusal and conflicts of interest, and wanted to address those. In particular, there seem to be directed towards Commissioner Haskett and her role as a professionally licensed outfitter, and whether her decisions and votes are improper due to her profession. Title 33 CPW's enabling legislation requires a professionally licensed outfitter to serve as the voting member of the commission. The statute's 339101(3)(a). Commissioner Haskett fills that role and has an important statutorily required seat at the table. Commissioner Haskett has specialized expertise as an outfitter, but like all commissioners, is guided by CPW's mission. She may lawfully vote on and act within her ethical requirements on decisions that may affect the outfitting industry as a whole. And that's the substance of the allegations, that she's making decisions that could potentially benefit an industry. Having a commissioner serve on a statewide board while being a member of the regulated community is common in this state, and numerous statutes creating boards and commissions across this state contain similar statutory requirements. The conclusion that Commissioner Haskett can vote on issues that may affect the outfitting industry as a whole is evident in the Commission's policy, which states, an official act by a commissioner, like voting, that affects a group of industries or businesses does not, in and of itself, constitute an actual conflict of interest, even though the commissioner may work for or otherwise an interest in one of the industries or businesses impacted by the official act. CPW's statute also, which applies to everyone and it's part of the mission, it requires the commissioners to consider the people of the state and its visitors, and that appears in at least 3 different sections within the statute. And I'll flag one of them. It's in the habitat stamp context. It says the General Assembly specifically recognizes that hunting of big game species is an activity that hundreds of thousands of residents and visitors to Colorado enjoy, which contributes significantly to state and local economies. So I think all of those are fair considerations. So unless you have any questions, I'll stop there.
I have none, Councilor. I think that's explanatory to all of us. And I just asked Commissioner Haskett if she wanted to comment after yours, but we prefer to go to Hillary and staff and allow for the presentations. So all yours, Hillary.
Good morning, Chairman May, Commission. I'm Hillary Hernandez, the Regulations Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We're on agenda item 10D on the white paper. During this item, the Commission needs to decide on the changes to the 2025-2029 big game season structure. At this point, I want to review those changes, just going down the BGSS document. The first possible change that could be added back in would come in on page 2. This is the one Chair May requested be added back in. It's the creation of the optional August archery antlered deer season. The next change is also on page 2, is the change to elk over-the-counter archery. Right now there are 2 alternatives listed. Alternative 1 in red, limits for residents and non-residents, while alternative 2 in blue is a staff-preferred alternative which limits non-residents while maintaining OTC for residents. The third change is on page 6, adjusting the regular rifle, deer, and elk season dates to begin the first season on the first Wednesday after October 8th. The season length will be 5 days, 9 days, 9 days, 5 days, with breaks of 5 days, 5 days, and 2 days between seasons. The fourth change, also on page 6, is the addition of a limited optional rifle deer hunt during the first regular rifle elk season. The next change is in the next section on page 6, is a change for bull elk rifle OTC. Here there are still 3 alternatives. The first alternative is the staff preferred alternative of status quo in red. Alternative 2A in blue to limit OTC for both residents and non-residents, and alternative 2B in purple to limit OTC for non-residents while keeping OTC for residents. Also in 2B is to change to restrict resident OTC licenses to be restricted by DAU GMU. Moving down to pages 8 and 9 is the addition of the optional late season for antlerless moose, valid concurrent with the regular rifle, deer, and elk rifle seasons. On page 10 is the addition of an optional second rifle pronghorn season. And lastly, the ability to limit bear licenses in areas where the bear population management strategy is to remain stable or to reduce, or in order to address hunter crowding, is the final change. This is an action item. I do recommend making multiple motions as there are things that still have multiple alternatives.
And for the commission's benefit, I would like to ask, in all due respect, I'd like to give every commissioner on this important topic a chance to ask questions. I would also ask that no motions are presented until every commissioner has an opportunity to speak, because I don't want to influence, I don't want to have a motion on the floor before commissioners have an opportunity to speak and ask questions. So with the commission's approval, I would like to ask that we do that. So let's try to direct our questions and comments simply to information. And once every commissioner's had a chance to speak, we'll go back and we will be prepared for motions. Is that okay with you, Hillary? Okay, so that being said, I have Commissioner Haskett first in the queue.
Thank you, Chairman May. And I'm going to apologize. I have a lot to say, and some of it is about what Jake talked about. That's where I want to start. I am an outfitter. My grandfather was an outfitter. My mother was an outfitter. The seat I hold on this commission is an outfitter and sportsman's seat. I'm tired of hearing that outfitters only serve non-residents and are greedy. I have resident hunters that are CB hunters, and they love my service. Outfitters are great service providers and stewards of the land. Most trails on public land are maintained by outfitters. It has been said that I am against the resident hunter and vote for myself or outfitters. When the catastrophic winter hit the Northwest, I fully supported all of the limitations that are still in place today and will be in the future. Outfitters rely on non-residents, and over-the-counter is great for that. Outfitters are asking for limitations which take away licenses available for clients. They ask for limitations because they care about the land and wildlife resource. That's taking away things from them. There's a lot of social media chatter out there, and I'd like to read one. Seems a huge percent of hunters have lost sight of what it's all about. Consistently whining about who got what tag, who gets to hunt where, etc. I've been fortunate and persistent to have the success I've had. I've also hunted many other states as a non-resident, so I get that as well. To date, other than my kids' success being my favorites, my personal favorite is a tiny buck antelope with my longbow. I was able to take with my then 3-year-old son, and after a few days of doe after doe, this little guy walked in. My son says, "Aren't you going to shoot it? It's a boy one." I asked if he wanted that one and if he could see it. He said, "Yeah, it's right there, get him." To this day, that little guy hangs on the wall of his bedroom and holds more meaning than the majority of you seem capable of comprehending. It was nice to read something that realizes there is still middle ground. Sportsmen are their own worst enemies sometimes. Those of you who talk about trophy hunting, this shows that this is all in the eyes of the beholder, and I would like people to take note of that. All means of hunting are from our heritage. Youth have preference in our draw already. Our Colorado Constitution states that hunting is for both residents and our guests. This is the third time that this has come in front of me in my time on this commission. And first and foremost, I remember that our duty is to protect our wildlife. While we do provide opportunity, the wildlife is our goal. I am disappointed to see staff change at the end of 18 months in 6 phases. I know the reasons behind it, and I'm still extremely disappointed in the pressures behind all that. Changing in the last month does not help our credibility or transparency. Limiting non-resident and over-the-counter resident is not management. I think we can offer enough licenses and a draw for residents and non-residents and make it work. Overcrowding is still the issue. We're not fixing it by not limiting the tags. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair May. I had a couple questions for you guys. The first is, whether OTC is quote unquote management. And I was just wondering if you would agree that it's a less effective method of management than a draw. In other words, it is some level of management, but it doesn't give you the flexibility or the control that a draw does.
Thanks for the question, Mr. Touchton. I actually heard that a number of times, and as I reflect on, in my education, management is essentially the application of, let's say in this instance, harvest, to try and achieve some kind of a desired outcome, right? That's what you're trying to do here when we talk about this subject. In our herd management plans, for herds that we manage for over-the-counter hunting, because we don't have control over bull harvest, because we don't know how many people are going to partake in that, we set a window that's not an objective. It's actually, here is an anticipated range that can be expected with over-the-counter hunting in that realm. In many ways, management, in my opinion, for many of our elk herds, is the use of cow harvest to try and get an outcome for a population size. Bull harvest, because of the 4-point restriction and that protection of those bulls, in many ways, it's an opportunity for hunters to hunt. It's very biologically sustainable. But in many ways, it's not achieving a management objective per se. It's achieving the objective for opportunity and those types of things. I hope that that's clear and makes sense. It doesn't mean that it is management in a form, but it also provides that opportunity as well.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. The other question, I'm not going to hazard to pronounce this gentleman's last name, but Christian was his first name, from the Resident Hunters Association. And his chart that showed the states that allow over-the-counter for residents. And my concern, which I'd like your thoughts on, is, you could take the populations, the total populations of Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho, and fit them in Denver. And the director said, we have 5.8 million residents. And so I have a greater trepidation that we can't address crowding without addressing residents and non-residents, because we have so many residents in comparison to some of the states that have maintained over-the-counter. And I don't see that trend stopping. I think this is something we're going to have to address at some point, and it may disappoint a large number of folks, but demographics are demographics, and with a anyway, well, if not now, when? I see this, we're going to have to get to it sooner or later, and we just, I don't want to kick the can down the road, but I guess the basic question is, are you worried about just the ability of residents to continue the crowding problem?
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. It is a possibility. We do not know what population growth is going to happen in the next 10 years in Colorado, and what proportion of those hunters, roughly 6%, are going to be hunting in the future. We are going to probably have some growth in resident opportunity. And if we limit non-residents, there may be more of an appeal to hunt over the counter. So we may see growth in resident opportunities. I think it comes down to what feels crowded. What feels crowded in some units may be different than other units. What feels crowded in Colorado may be different than another state. And you're absolutely correct. We made the same point in March. Andy Holland was talking about the populations in the different states. So yeah, we do have a different population scenario than those other states that we have to be cognizant of and make our decisions accordingly.
Might just add to that, and I may be responsible for kind of shutting off your mic earlier. They put a new thing here that I don't know how it works. So I apologize for that. I think we as an agency operate in a realm of uncertainty a lot, right? And that requires us to try things, to make some changes and understand the outcome of those changes. And it's in many ways what makes our jobs interesting, right? Because we don't always know how something is going to go. We don't know how wildlife are going to respond, but it's on us to try and do things look at a response and then decide what's the next step from here. And it's just an adaptive part of what we do.
Good, Commissioner Touch. Commissioner Otero.
Thank you, Chair May, and everybody for the presentation and discussion. I have a few comments, but I guess I can start on Commissioner Touchton's last comment there about, when and why we're doing this. And like it's been talked about, right, it's not a biological need at this point, but more so to address that overcrowding issue that we've been hearing. And as I've stated before, I'm in full support of the vast majority of resident hunters. I think what's been said in comments is also true. A lot of folks can't drive to Winter Park. I'm not able to be there today too for a family reason, but to give comments during the middle of the week. So, but there are a lot of folks in outreach that I've been doing and talking to different groups around the state, residents that, want to see their heritage and culture preserved. On a personal note, none of my family, we didn't draw tags this year, just the way that the system works. None of my nephews, my dad, my brothers, mom, none of us did. And if we were to take away OTC, I wouldn't be able to go and hunt, right? And I think that would be a big shame for a lot of, the tradition that we're trying to grow here. I think it's also true on youth engagement. A lot of youth we see that drop off. I'm a part of the Draw Working Group, and we see a drop off, a decline after they come out of their youth tag. And some attribute that to kids going off to college and things like that. But I think a big part of it is just the barriers and the cost that goes along with that. And if you're not able to go out there and continue hunting with your family, hunting with your friends, it's going to have an impact. If we look at nationwide, not just Colorado, right, kind of zoom out a little bit, which I like to do on all these issues, is hunters are aging out. What's the average age of a hunter? Close to 50 years old. So if we want to continue to preserve those things, we need to allow for more opportunities for young people, for families to keep those things going. I fully support, if it's a biological need, we're going to make those changes. That is our mission, right, is to protect our wildlife, our resource. But if we're doing it from the social impact and we're looking at what that's going to mean for our residents of our state, I think we should listen to them. And that's why I say I greatly appreciate the staff making those changes so that we can then go and observe what the impact is, right? What does that look like when we limit non-residents for archery? And how is that impacting the resource? I think we can learn a great deal too by from these other states. I hear what Commissioner Touchton's saying, that we do have a larger population, but we're also seeing a decline in those sales. And I think that decline is also, speaking to the hunters that are, not coming back for lack of opportunity or overcrowding and things like that. So I just wouldn't want to exacerbate those issues more, and I hope that as a commission, we can come to see that and listen to the resounding voice, from our resident hunters. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Otero. Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, everybody, for this robust discussion. I feel like I've been pulled in lots of different directions this entire time. So just a few comments and then one question. Start by sort of underscoring some of the comments made about by Jake and Commissioner Haskett with respect to your role. And, we're grateful for your perspective and for that role being represented here, and have seen you on many occasions make decisions that are, and other outfitters as well, decisions that don't necessarily serve that industry. So I think that it's, I would exercise caution, right, from the public when making those comments. I echoing some of the things that Commissioner Otero just said as well. I have also been, in my kind of deliberations around this, been viewing it as a social issue rather than a biological one, and CPW staff have underscored that, and recognizing the sort of need to be sensitive to, right, the potential biological implications, but having the capacity to say there is a biological concern, so we need to take this action, and prioritizing that moving forward is what I sort of expect CPW and the commission to do. And from a social perspective, I tend to, and I've said this before on the commission commission, I prioritize and want to center the voices of those most impacted. And I think we've heard it fairly clearly what those voices and perspectives are. I think the other sort of thing I often come back to is this idea of the precautionary principle and how, in the absence of complete data and uncertainty, we should take steps that are cautious. And so I am sort of pulled in two different directions on those principles, but I think it is sort of it leads me to my question of. There were two calls from the folks representing different groups in the state for the mandatory surveying, and I just wanted to get clarity on if we anticipate doing that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. This topic has come up repeatedly, and I think it's time that staff give a presentation on this so we have a full understanding of what we're talking about and the differences between a statistical survey that we do now versus a non-statistical approach that we would be doing with mandatory reporting. So we would have to talk about a hybrid approach as well. So putting all that out there and having the right experts in the room communicate that and summarize it for us very thoroughly is probably going to benefit the commission and the public.
Director Davis.
Yeah, thanks. On this front, hearing that request from hunters, I reached out to my counterpart in Washington State who has mandatory reporting. I think this is due, if we haven't done one recently, probably a more robust presentation on what we do and then maybe what other states experience through mandatory reporting. His response was they get about 30 to 40% response rates. And they have a, if you don't report, you get penalized program. So I think that's important to kind of keep in mind, like not saying no, not saying there couldn't be a hybrid, but my sense is that we're getting a statistically significantly defendable piece from our current surveys. We need to present that holistically and compare and contrast, and then have you all have a conversation about how we might want to move forward. And then while I have the mic, Mr. Chair, I promise I'll be brief. I think it's really, really challenging given shifts in value orientations to make a direct correlation with our human population and participation numbers. So I just want to be very, very careful about making direct correlations or generalizations about that. And then lastly, I got a message from someone saying, hey, smile. And my response is, it's really tough for us. We're public servants. So when people that we really care about serving, which is 5.8 million people plus visitors, it can be difficult when we're not in a similar, we're not even in the same library at times. And so that's difficult for us. And in saying that, there's been a lot of conversations about beneficiaries, and I've listened to Randy's, maybe not the last three, but and Randy has a really good, Randy Newberg has a really good series of podcasts on this topic and the changing value orientations and what do we do moving forward so that all the beneficiaries get the greatest number of benefits. But I want to also remind us how I think of beneficiaries. I look at Commissioner Haskett, I look in the audience and see our resident outfitters and guides, and those are beneficiaries, folks. And so we have to be really mindful that it's not just resident hunters that are the beneficiaries. I see folks in the audience that don't hunt or fish, and those are also beneficiaries, which makes this soup really tasty if you're a public servant.
Thank you, Director. Commissioner Reading.
Thank you, Chair May. Boy, a few comments, I think, not many questions, but passion certainly came out, and I just like to make a couple comments about thinking before you make your comments. We got over 300 pages of comments, I know, to read, and you know, I want to be supportive of Commissioner Haskett. She has every right to make a vote in this. And I heard from the beginning that minds were made up, and yet Commissioner Otero and I from day one were leaning towards alternative 2 before it was an alternative. So minds weren't made up. You know, some of us were listening to you from the beginning. So I think I hearken back to what Chair May said earlier about how we treat fellow people and the way we enter into discourse. And I know in society today we're very polarized, but if we can be more respectful of one another, I think that'll go a long way. I still lean towards alternative 2, just to be clear. But I think the arguments made on the other side are compelling as well. You know, the local communities, the outfitters, they're important as well, and we need to think about them. We need to think about our fellow Colorado citizens and people from outside of Colorado. So I just wanted to make those few comments and let you know where I stand. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Reading. Any other commissioners who haven't had a chance to speak yet? Does anybody wish to speak? Seeing none, I have a couple comments. We have all lived this for several months. I actually attended some of the BGSS meetings a year ago, and disappointingly, I'll say they were very low attendance. Los Animas, Colorado Springs, I can't remember the others, but it was low attendance. So what the commissions had to be basing their opinions on are staff recommendation and public input, which has been a pretty diligent process to do. So where I come down on this, and I've said it before, yes, our mission is to work for residents. Our mission is to work for the citizens of the state, and our mission is to protect the resource. So for me, first and foremost is protection of the resource. That means what kind of pressure are we putting on wildlife? When I hear overcrowding, and I've heard overcrowding complaints for months, well, I understand that those of us that are able to comment are here saying there's too much overcrowding. What we don't hear is from the wildlife and the resource about the overcrowding for them. And believe me, the pressure that they feel from overcrowding is more than the human element on the landscape feels from that overcrowding. So I also think that when we're talking about public trust, yes, I am all for Colorado resident hunters. I'm also for Colorado resident landowners, Colorado resident business owners, Colorado resident rural communities and the people who live in them. So my mission is all those together wrapped into one. I'm here to work for the resource. I'm here to work for all of Colorado. And I'm here for CPW to have the most ability to manage so their mission is fulfilled. I believe that fully limited allows CPW flexibility. That may translate into more opportunities for residents. You know, it may, but it gives CPW the chance to work towards that. So those are the reasons I'm pushing where I'm pushing, is because first of all, I care about the wildlife that are out there and that we sustain them and provide their habitat. Second of all, I am concerned for residents. And I'm not just concerned for resident hunters, I'm concerned for all residents. And those are my comments on it. So I welcome any other commissioner. Commissioner Bailey, you're in the queue.
No worries. Thanks, Chair May. This is just related to the other topic of the early archery deer season, because it was sort of removed, and then Chair May had suggested it come back, and Commissioner Touchton and some of the public commenters suggested it, and I was compelled by all of those arguments, and I feel like I'm supportive now, but I do remember it first got sort of struck, possibly from some, at the time, compelling arguments that Commissioner Haskett made, so I don't know if you wanted to re-raise those.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. I do have some thoughts on that again. I'm against adding more pressure. We have recreation pressure. We have lots of hunting pressure. Archery season is already 4 weeks long. By doing that, we're going to give them another 2 weeks, so they will be in the field for 6 weeks. Rifle hunters get 9 days. They asking for another season, but yet they're the ones who came to us and asked for less crowding on top of limiting the non-residents. So it seems like they're asking for more and more. And That's just my opinion, but I do have great concerns of giving them another 2 weeks in the woods. What are they going to do to the elk when they're out there hunting the deer and pushing those elk off even further? So I would make a motion that we just leave it status quo.
Before I entertain a second, I would like, as we do all of this, because this is so important, so complex, I would like for for Hillary to define where we are. And for example, if you would interpret Commissioner Haskett's motion, I would appreciate it, Katie, so every commissioner understands completely where we are.
Yeah, so if I understood it correctly, Commissioner Haskett is motioning to not adopt an optional standalone limited archery antlered deer season, which was the one that's not currently on the draft right now.
Very good. So that motion is properly presented and is on the floor. It's waiting for a second. Anybody in favor of? We'll give it time. Commissioner Phillips, second. So that motion, which was just repeated by Hillary, has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or any more discussion about that motion? Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I guess my question is, it's like, this is to give it the possibility, but it's not to give it the green light. And so I just wondered if you're willing to entertain those things site specifically, or you just don't want to entertain them at all. So I know you and I might not be on the commission when those things come back, so it's tempting to decide it now, but it is just putting a possibility out there.
I think that's directly to you, Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you. I think we hunt our wildlife for too long, and we're just increasing it. One of our goals in the beginning of this, I think, was, or what we heard was, we need to shorten things, and that's not shortening anything.
Okay, seeing no other discussion, is there any other further discussion on that? If not, Commissioner Bailey.
I guess I would just want to reconfirm from staff that they are comfortable with the addition, with the fact that it doesn't add additional licenses, that the impacts to the wildlife should be minimal. I don't know if that's, yeah. Are you concerned?
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. I'll take that one confirmed. The impact should be very minimal. The only time that we would add more licenses instead of shifting from September to August would be if we needed additional harvest. And we would do that in September season anyway in a limited unit. So yeah, your concern is valid.
Very good. I see no other comments or questions, so I think we will call for a roll call vote on this, Diana. And Hillary, please repeat the motion one more time for the record.
There's a motion to not adopt an optional standalone limited archery antler deer season.
Very good. Please conduct the roll call vote, Diana.
Bailey? No. Beaulieu?
Yes.
Haskett? Okay. Murphy?
Yes.
Otero?
No.
Phillips?
Yes.
Reading?
No.
Touchton?
Yes.
Vardy?
Yes.
Chair May?
No. I presume motion passes.
Does it? I don't think so. Hold on. Yeah, it passes.
Motion passes. So you're clear on that. We now, go ahead, Hillary.
Yeah, so just to clarify, that motion did pass, so there will not be a option for an optional standalone.
Agreed. We're clear on that. Let's move to the next item. And I would ask for you to direct us on that, Hillary. Where you want to go next?
So I think if we just kind of continue down that document, we come to OTC archery.
Yes. So we'll open discussion on the OTC archery for any commissioner or Commissioner Haskett.
I thought that the wolf thing was bad. I think this is a tough issue also. I too attended the big game season structure open houses and meetings. And I will say, I find it interesting that the group that pushed this in the beginning, the bow hunters, have now swapped because they didn't get what they wanted. Rural Colorado is affected by this and many other items also. One interesting thing that I will note is people on the landscape are very different than some of the people we're hearing from, and they're not here to represent themselves, but I will say I have heard from some of them. I think others of you have also. They're protective of the landscape and they want to see a draw. So I would make a motion that we go with alternative 1.
Commissioner Touchton.
This is one of those things where we're going to disappoint somebody.
Half. Half are going to leave happy, half are going to leave unhappy.
Yeah, which is, and I feel that's the commission's job. And I think we should vote on this, and so I'm going to second Commissioner Haskett's motion.
Okay, that motion has been properly moved and seconded, and I will ask once again for Hillary to clarify what the motion is. Yes, but I'd like Hillary to clarify the motion first.
So then the motion is to adopt alternative 1 for over-the-counter archery elk licenses, which is to limit them for both residents and non-residents.
Very good. Understood. Commissioner Otero.
Thank you, Chair May. Just want to reiterate, points that made before and we've all heard is that, we got to find balance on these issues. I'm for those incremental changes. When we start to make these drastic changes, I think it's going to have a bigger impact on those things like public trust than we anticipate. So I would just, urge the commission to really look at finding that balance and making those smaller changes, given the data that's been presented to us, especially for this meeting. We can really see those trends and see how that can have an impact over time as opposed to doing a sweeping change like this. The proper tool, right? The proper tool to get the job done. So I don't know if I can make a motion now, but I would make a motion for alternative 2.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Otero, but we do have a proper motion on the floor that is seconded, so we'll have to deal with it before we move on.
Okay.
Any other commissioners have any comments or questions? Okay, I see none. As I understand it, Hillary, this motion will be to fully limit over-the-counter archery for both resident and non-resident, so everybody's clear. That's where we are voting. If we approve this motion, we are fully limiting both non-residents and residents. So we're clear on that. So I'll ask Diana to take a roll call vote.
Bailey? No. Beaulieu?
No.
Haskett?
Yes.
Murphy?
No.
Otero?
No.
Phillips?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I have to stop. I think we need more clarification. Did I understand, Commissioner Haskett, you are a no vote? Oh,
She said yes.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing right. Could we please start from scratch? Because somehow the audio on me broke up, but I would like to start the roll call over again, please. Thank you.
Bailey? No. Beaulieu?
No.
Haskett?
Yes.
Murphy?
No.
Otero?
No.
Phillips?
Yes.
Reading?
No.
Touchton?
Yes.
Vardy,
No.
Chair May.
Yes.
All right, so the motion does not pass.
Could you give us the count, please, Diana?
We have 6 noes and 3 yeses.
Very good.
4
Yeah,
yeses,
it had to
I'm
be
sorry.
4. So that motion failed. So I'll remain, the floor will stay open for this item again. So Commissioner Otero.
Thank you, Chair May. Yeah, I'd like to put forward a motion for alternative 2, please. For, I'm sorry, over-the-counter archery elk staff recommendation alternative 2.
So Commissioner Otero's motion is to limit non-residents to keep over-the-counter for residents in over-the-counter archery elk. Correct, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Can I ask something first?
Sure, we'll have discussion. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner Haskett.
Can I make a suggestion that if we do that we do over-the-counter by DAU?
That's your call, Commissioner Otero. Whether you want to change or amend your motion.
Could the staff maybe elaborate for the public to what that change might mean?
I hope everybody understands that we're being very contemplative. We all take this extremely seriously, and we're trying to make sure that when we leave here, we've covered all the bases. So that's maybe what seems like reticence, but we're trying to be very deliberate. Okay, Matt or Brian, please proceed.
So currently we have statewide over-the-counter hunt codes, and if we make this change so that over-the-counter hunt codes are valid at the DAU level, we would have to create new hunt codes for every DAU where we have over-the-counter hunting opportunities. So that would be the functional change that we would need to administrate. And you would see those hunt codes in November in the W-2 issue paper process. Okay. 1 second. Yeah, Brian and I will tag team this, and if there's any perspective from our licensing team, they're welcome to jump in. But we discussed this in the last meeting or two, that if we do have a DAU level OTC approach, then hunters can't self-select and move as easily. They're restricted to that DAU, which may be 1 or more GMUs in aggregate. So they are more isolated in their hunting opportunities compared to the statewide over-the-counter hunt code.
I would just add to, and again, if license, it's going to increase the license buying complexity, is right. So when someone, let's say, either purchases a license online or goes to one of our agents, they're going to have to specify the license as a resident would be available, but they would have to specify which area or GMU. So they're going to have to specify a hunt code. And so it does complicate the license buying process.
So staff recommendation would be not to do that. Well, go ahead, Commissioner Haskett. And honestly, let's make sure we maintain order. So I'll call on Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman. My reasoning for that is, so if overcrowding is an issue, if we have OTC and they can go anywhere in the state, we have no idea we know where they're going. If this would give us some data to show what happens, and if in 5 years we still have an overcrowding the issue, we can say, oh, these DAUs have that overcrowding. With an OTC tag now, you don't know if they went to Durango or if they went to Walden or where they went. If they go by DIU, it would give us more data in the end looking forward. I know it's another step, but if we were going to go all draw, we still have to come up with hunt codes for all of that anyway. But I think in the end, it would give us the data we're looking for. And it would also, I think it would help with crowding issues of, oh, hey, there's no elk here. Well, let's just go to that part of the state, and then everybody ends up in that part of the state. When they see it on Facebook, oh, I got an elk over here. I think it could help us with the crowding issues in the end.
I'll jump in. I agree with Commissioner Haskett. I know it's complexity for staff, but one of my main points was the ability to manage. And I think that does, even though it's a lot more work and complexity, it does add a layer of management and protection for the resource. And overcrowding, it addresses several issues. I understand Commissioner Charles is saying, but I want to catch
I might
staff.
just make a comment for kind of maybe our pause and kind of the staff preferred and all. It needs to be understood that this type of a change affects multiple work units within our agency. And so certainly being a data guy, it might have some appeal, but at the same time, I don't know what that means for other teams within CPW that have to administer this type of change. And so I think it's only fair to understand that before I think we would be in a position where we could say, give a staff recommendation on this issue.
I think we've heard both sides. So as I said, we have a proper motion and second on the floor. I will give the courtesy of Commissioner Otero to see if he wants to amend.
I had just a recommendation, and this is for everyone, obviously, but Commissioner Haskett as well. Could we do a harvest survey? So, over-the-counter residents are filling out where they had take, right? Where they were hunting. So that maybe would lessen the complexity on staff, and then it would put it on the hunters. Is that a possible solution?
Matt?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Otero. We currently do that. Our harvest survey does contact over-the-counter license holders, and they do report the different GMUs they hunt in. So we do have that data in a different way. So we can analyze that data if that's required, but we do have it. We don't have to limit to the DAU level to understand where our hunters are hunting.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to add in, that's the way I understand it as well, too. So, it is a way to lessen the complexity on staff and still allow the flexibility for folks traditionally hunting over the counter to go to different parts of the state if they're, maybe they're hunting with friends that live in a different part of the state, and that's part of their tradition and culture, just keeping those options open, but also being able to track the data as closely as we can. So I appreciate the discussion, and Brian, Matt, everyone.
Danielle Eisenhart, please.
Thank you, Chair May. I think Brian and Matt, or Daniel Eisenhart, License Reservation and Customer Operations Section Manager. I think Brian and Matt did a great job of explaining kind of the complexities that would need to take part as far as communicating this to our customers in the system and in the brochure. I think we also haven't discussed rifle OTC yet. So from kind of a draw working group perspective, I think trying to be consistent with our over-the-counter alternatives is also something that I keep in mind from a draw working group perspective, which we haven't gotten to yet. So that was the only other point I wanted to bring up. Thank you for the time.
Okay, very good. I think any other discussion from any other commissioners? Commissioner Haskett.
If we're going to do a survey, I guess I would ask that we do a mandatory survey with the consequence of if they don't fill that survey out. Because right now we have a voluntary survey, and they call you and you talk to them or you don't talk to them. And I know what you say about Washington, but I know there's a lot of states that do mandatory surveys, and they do have some good turnout with that. And some of them don't get a license the next year if they don't fill out the survey. And I think we need the data.
Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, and thanks for that. And one of the things to think about in this, and I think it would be helpful to bring back a larger discussion on harvest survey and harvest survey reporting. We've chatted with our peers and counterparts in the West, and New Mexico is a great example where they have not only mandatory reporting, but then you can't apply for another license until you actually report. And even them, they only get 85% compliance. And so you're only in a position where you still have this unknown piece that you have to figure out that unknown to get an accurate survey estimate. I will say the concept of this I believe will make kind of the customer service aspect of this a lot more challenging for our staff, for those trying to sell licenses. And I'll kind of leave it there.
Well, I don't think we're asking for that now with this motion, correct? So the motion we have on the floor, I think, unless anybody has anything else, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote. Oh, I thought Commissioner Touchton had seconded. I'm sorry. Commissioner Touchton, did you second? Or go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, again, same reason I seconded the last one. I think we need a vote on it, yeah.
So now we have a proper motion and second. I'll ask Diana to conduct a roll call vote. First, Hillary, repeat the motion.
So this is a motion to adopt the staff preferred alternative 2, which is in blue, and that would limit OTC archery for non-residents while retaining the OTC for residents.
Sorry, duly noted. Please conduct the roll call, Diana.
Bailey? Yes. Beaulieu?
Yes.
Haskett?
No.
Murphy?
Yes.
Otero?
Yes.
Phillips? Reading?
Yes.
Touchton?
Yes.
Vardy?
Yes.
Chair May?
Yes.
Motion passes, 9 yeses, 1 no.
Very good. We'll move to our next item, Hillary.
So I would recommend just going straight into OTC rifle, as that's the last one with multiple options, and then we can do all remaining items together.
Very good. So I'll open the floor to discussion on the OTC rifle. Commissioner Haskett.
Hang on a second here. Let me read it right. What page are we on, 6? But we're doing as a whole, right? Not each season, not each first, second, third? Are we doing each one separate?
You can do it either way, but I would probably do them together.
I really feel like we're to the point on the remainder, we could do one motion.
Okay.
So I'd like to try that first in the interest of time and clarity.
Okay, I would make a motion that we do the new proposed season of the 5, starting October 8th and 5 days after first season, 9 days second season, 5 days, and so on, each one that we.
So I think if we want to just get to the OTC rifle done and then do everything else all together, we can do all remaining items if we want to switch to the OTC rifle first.
I think we could do that. That's what I feel.
Because there's no alternative for the season dates, we just want to do the OTC because there are alternatives.
We would basically be adopting the rest of them as staff recommendations.
You just, adopt all of the remaining changes. You can do it as one
That's my
motion of
suggestion.
OTC and all remaining changes, or just do OTC rifle by itself and then all remaining changes after that as a second motion.
Okay. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair. I noticed staff put the word strongly in front of its recommendation, and that's fairly persuasive. But I do think when the time comes, this is an issue we're going to have to address. So I think it's something we need to start laying the groundwork for. But for now, the strongly convinces me.
It's not on the bottom.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Haskett.
Never mind.
Okay.
It said it's on the bottom of page 6, but that's third season.
Commissioner Reading.
Thank you, Chair May. I was just going to make the motion to adopt all of the staff preferred alternatives that remain.
Commissioner Bailey.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, properly moved and seconded that we adapt the remainder as staff recommendations, the remainder of the issues. Commissioner Otero.
Audio broke up a little bit there, but I think I caught that Commissioner Bailey seconded. I was actually going to second.
Okay, so we have 2 seconds. This ought to really fly. Okay, we have, pardon me? Yeah, we will. Hillary, I'll ask you to read and then I'll ask for a final discussion.
Okay, so this motion would adopt the season dates that are listed on that document, as well as the addition of the limited rifle deer hunt during the first regular rifle elk season. It would stay status quo for rifle OTC. It would also adopt an optional late season for antlerless moose, valid with concurrent regular rifle deer and elk rifle seasons. It would adopt an optional second rifle pronghorn season, and it would adopt the changes to the bear licenses.
Very good. Everybody's heard this motion that encompasses everything else. Is there any discussion or question? Seeing none, I'll ask Diana to conduct a roll call vote on this major motion.
Bailey? Yes. Beaulieu?
Yes.
Haskett? Yes. Murphy?
Yes.
Otero?
Yes.
Phillips?
Yes.
Reading?
Yes.
Touchton?
Yes.
Vardy?
Yes.
Chair May?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Very good. That completes this agenda item. After months, after years. So we'll move into our public comment. Pardon? Yeah, very good. Commissioner Bailey.
I just want to implore, this has been a process that has been very responsive to public input, and we're grateful for it. And you heard us just sort of discussing the need for data. So I would implore all of you, regardless of what you wanted us to vote, fill out the surveys. We need them. Please fill out the surveys. Okay, that's all.
I would like one comment also. You know, back in January, we started receiving lots of public input that this commission had already made up their mind, that the decision was done. Well, I hope this is evidence that that wasn't the case. I mean, even as of this morning, this commission hadn't made up its mind. So I'd like to show that that, in my opinion, was a very fair process that involved all of the public comment. I don't think we missed anybody that wanted to comment. So plus what staff went through to get to this, nothing was easy. It was hard for everybody. So I hope that we can move on from this and take on the next potential conflict. So, which is, there's several of them coming. We'll now go to public comment and give it to Katie.
Thank you. I'd like to invite up Samantha Miller, who'll be followed by Garrett Walker. We did have a high volume of interest in public comment this morning, plus we are running behind schedule, so we will be doing 2 minutes per person. Samantha, you still here? I'm here. Okay, come on up.
Sorry, I had to go let my dog out of the car and make sure the AC was on for her. So thank you, Chair May and Commissioners. My name is Samantha Miller. I am the campaign manager for the Cats Aren't Trophies campaign and one of the 500 full-time year-round residents of Grand Lake, Colorado. Here I volunteer with Rocky Mountain National Park Search and Rescue, and I'm a member of my local chapter of Backcountry Horsemen. Today I'm speaking on behalf of CATS. Earlier, Director Davis discussed the importance of relationships, and I couldn't agree more. In Grand County, relationships are important. You can imagine with only 500 of us and one road out in the winter, we often need to rely on our neighbors. But because of those relationships, we can also lean into tough conversations. As you can imagine, here, a ballot measure like mine to ban trophy hunting and trapping of mountain lions, bobcats, and lynx is of great interest in those conversations. We live with cats every day. But as voters across Colorado engage their communities on Initiative 91, and as we discuss important issues like how trophy hunting can increase conflict with people, pets, and livestock, which our measure allows an exemption for conflicts to still be resolved with lethal removal of target animals, CPW has started a separate and simultaneous conversation about mountain lions through the East Slope Lion Management Plan. By moving forward the East Slope Plan now, CPW is taking the conversation away from voters like me who are talking to their communities about mountain lions. Right now, my campaign has nearly 1,000 volunteers across Colorado, from Fruita to Fort Morgan to Pueblo, Durango, and everywhere in between. They are all in conversations about mountain lions in their communities. To date, our tireless volunteers have collected more than 100,000 signatures across the state. Despite this, CPW is moving forward a plan that has already waited 25 years for an update. CPW is neutral on our ballot measure and has limited time and resources. There is no need for the agency to expend their finite resources on mountain lion or bobcat planning until after the Colorado voters have spoken in November. Then, regardless of the outcome, CPW can use science to manage Colorado's cats. I urge the Commission to consider tabling the East Slope Plan until after the democratic process plays out in November, allowing conversations on both sides of the initiative to continue, unburdened by the additional considerations within the plan. Again, thank you, and thanks for coming to my home county of Grand and working on your relationships here. We appreciate you, and if you'd ever like a tour of Rocky Mountain National Park, I'm available anytime. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Garrett Walker, followed by Brent Lyles.
Commissioner Haskett has a question. I'm sorry, Smith. Sure, you might as well be on the mic. Commissioner Haskett, there you go.
I just have a question. So I follow you on Facebook also.
Yeah.
And you just stated that CPW has a neutral position, but on your Facebook page, you say that the biologists don't support the initiative. And you also have a picture of a CPW officer. And I think that's a little counterintuitive to what you just said.
The biologists don't support the initiative?
That was on your Facebook page.
We say biologists do support the
Yes,
initiative.
I know, but you're saying, I said it wrong. CPW is neutral on this position, but that's not what you're saying on your Facebook page. You just said it here, but you didn't say it on your Facebook page.
I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. I've seen CPW officers in my Facebook page and a lot of other opposition Facebook pages. I think the CPW officers have their own opinions too, but I think the agency as a whole is neutral. So I'm not sure exactly what you're implying.
It said CPW biologists don't support the initiative.
Don't
That's
support?
what I read.
We've never said that.
Or I said, it's been too long that they do support it. So
I know we've made the statement biologists support it. We've never said anything about how CPW feels on the issue other than the agency is neutral. And that's after we've been pressed by a lot of press. So
okay,
that's
that isn't what I read on your page, but okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Chair May.
Next, we have Garrett.
Director Davis, Chair May, Commissioners, and Executive Director. My name is Garrett Walker, and I appreciate the opportunities to speak to you today. I've noticed over the last years, there has been a shift in the landscape of outdoor enthusiasts. For a variety of reasons, there has been a growing interest in the outdoors, specifically during COVID. This growing attraction has attracted a diversity of people from various backgrounds, cultures, and different levels of knowledge of the outdoors. While the outdoors is available to all who wish to experience it, it should be coveted, conserved, and managed. My family and I operate a small licensed fishing outfit, and while we truly believe in providing an experience for all, we have found that there seems to be some unintended barriers, not only for some people to be able to enjoy the great outdoors, but also for small businesses like our own. We have not been able to figure out how to navigate these obstacles. If we as a community really want to encourage greater participation and learning in the outdoor activities such as hunting, fishing, camping, and more, then we should strive to support businesses that share the same interests and objectives. By doing so, we can facilitate opportunities for individuals who may lack the knowledge or guidance on where to start or how to engage these activities responsibly. What I hope to do is start a conversation on how someone like me can navigate the appropriate channels and work with staff to figure out solutions that is beneficial to all. The solutions would enhance the experience and enjoyment of our natural resources to provide people who lack a knowledge. What I'm looking for is some guidance, direction, ideas, and help in making some of these things happen. And maybe by creating conduit with some small outdoor businesses like mine, we can create something that can make a difference. I appreciate your time and look forward to engaging with the appropriate parties and start a conversation that leads to great things.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Brent Lyles, followed by Josh Rosenthal.
Hello, Commissioners, and I haven't heard it mentioned yet that today is National Cougar Day, so happy National Cougar Day. I'm Brent Lyles. I'm Executive Director of the Mountain Lion Foundation. I want to thank you for your service as Commissioners. It's a big job, so appreciate your service to the state. I had an opportunity to meet a couple of you last week at the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agency meetings in Stevenson, Washington, and my mind's kind of been spinning from those conversations, and so I wanted to share some information with you all with that in mind. Research on mountain lions is exploding. Over the last 10 to 15 years, there's been so much more research that's come out, whether it's advances in technology like DNA or the collar technology or just more research. What's interesting and exciting is that there's so much more we know, and the research is upending some of the things that we've always thought. We've always traditional beliefs about mountain lions. Mountain Lion Foundation, I mean, you don't have, as commissioners, you don't have the time to read every single mountain lion research article that comes out, right? And I know the state agency staff would like to read every article that comes out, but there are only so many hours in a day, right? The Mountain Lion Foundation, we read them all. Part of our work is being a clearinghouse for scientific information. I'm going to send a document to you next week that addresses some questions. It's called the Essential Guide to Recent Scientific Research on Mountain Lions, answering questions like, when a conflict occurs, such as a lion eating a sheep, is removing that lion an effective strategy for preventing future conflicts? Perhaps surprisingly, the answer is no. When populations of mule deer are declining, will removing more lions from that area help the deer recover? Again, the answer is no. Anyway, keep an eye out for that email. Mountain Lion Foundation is here to support the commission, support the residents of Colorado, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Josh Rosenthal, followed by Paige Munson. Josh?
Checking the clock to make sure I say good afternoon, commissioners and Director Davis. My name is Josh Rosenau. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Mountain Lion Foundation, and it's a pleasure to be here in person to speak with you. I think I've spoken virtually before. The Mountain Lion Foundation works across the country to help mountain lions recover from over a century of mismanagement that extirpated them east of Colorado and that nearly wiped them out in this state as well. Whether states choose to allow mountain lion hunting or when they ban it, as Governor Ronald Reagan did in the 1970s, and California voters made permanent later, we work with policymakers to use the best science to ensure peaceful coexistence between people and mountain lions. I'd like to share our experience in California and our work with scientists, including at the mammalogy meeting that brought us out to Colorado last week, in the event that voters here opt to end mountain lion hunting this fall. We've seen firsthand that ending mountain lion hunting does not create more conflict, does not harm ungulates, and does not lead to overpopulation of lions. Puma densities in California are basically the same as they are in the rest of the US. Hunting is not necessary to hold the population at reasonable levels. As an apex carnivore, and unlike most herbivores, their populations remain stable at healthy levels without being hunted. Per capita conflict rates in California are lower than in most other states. This matches a growing body of research that says that hunting and even focused conflict removals do not reduce and may even increase conflict with mountain lions. Indeed, research from California Department of Fish and Wildlife scientists found that counties where more mountain lions were killed were likely to see more conflicts in subsequent years. If voters end mountain lion hunting, it will not harm Colorado's wilderness or CPW's work on behalf of parks, wildlife, and people. In California, it didn't add a burden to the agency, but it did free up time from hunting management and allowed the Wildlife Agency to explore new and more effective ways to prevent wildlife conflict and build comfort among people with the privilege to live in mountain lion country. We've no doubt the same would happen here with this commission's leadership and guidance. We've worked closely with commissioners and wildlife agencies in California and in Washington, where I live, and in other states, and look forward to working with this commission as well to bring the best science to bear on mountain lion management and to advance peaceful coexistence between Coloradans and the cougars they care for. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Paige Munson, followed by Ryan Sedgley.
Hello, my name is Paige Munson, and I'm the Science and Policy Coordinator for the Mountain Lion Foundation. First of all, I want to thank all of you for allowing me the chance to speak with you today. I've been in your email inboxes before, but it's really nice to see you in person. I would really like to address the East Slope Management Plan for mountain lions that has been released for draft and public comment. While the initiative is undergoing, and I do encourage the Commission to consider Sam Miller's recommendation to wait, I do want to address what an improvement this management plan is on the current 6 DAUs that were updated. I think the last was 20 years ago. This plan, it really exemplifies CPW's staff's work and value for mountain lions as a species, and also its incorporation of the most latest science for mountain lions, so I'm really appreciative to see that. The most that I have seen that incorporates this is their use of intrinsic growth rates, the 17%, and the adult female harvest threshold. I believe using these will help to enable staff to prevent overharvest of mountain lions across Colorado. However, one issue with the plan is that it uses a 3-year average and does allow overharvest. And the following year, they will be reduced the threshold, but you can still overharvest. So I encourage the Commission to implore staff to explore the option that the 17 adult or total human caused mortality threshold and the adult female threshold represent season closure once they are reached for the East Slope. I believe this will help with preventing overharvest, but also it'll ease some management burden with having constantly changing quotas across seasons when the management objectives do not necessarily see a population change. Again, we thank you for all the staff's work on developing this management plan, and if it is implemented, I believe it will be a vast improvement for mountain lions across Colorado. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Ryan Sedgley, followed by Suzanne O'Neill.
I'm sorry, Paige, Commissioner Touchton had a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. Paige, we just got through 300 pages of public comments on different. So I just wanted to encourage you. Your comments sounded fairly detailed.
Yes.
Will they be in the record when we turn to that plan?
Yes, they will.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for asking.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Directors. My name is Ryan Sedgley. I am the Southern Rockies representative for the Endangered Species Coalition, and I live in Montrose, Colorado. You have all likely heard about the brutal killing and torture of a wolf in Daniel, Wyoming, earlier this year. This despicable act of cruelty is just one example of the culture of regular abuse of wildlife in Wyoming. We've also seen several wolves from Colorado shot just across the border. The message is clear that wolves are not safe in Wyoming. Colorado shares a long border with Wyoming, and it is only a matter of time before our wolves make their way to and across that border, whether by natural inclination or because they were lured across the border by people wanting to kill them. You know all too well how much taxpayer money and time has been invested into each of these wolves. You also know how important it is right now to ensure that these wolves have the best chance of survival so that one day, hopefully sooner than later, wolves will have to successfully establish themselves across Colorado as a self-sustaining population. They can't do that if they're being lured across the border and being killed in Wyoming. Please do what you can to work with United States Fish and Wildlife Service, the Governor's Office, and federal land managers to get protections for Colorado wolves in Wyoming along the border with Colorado. Short of emergency relisting of wolves in Wyoming, perhaps the most practical idea would be a buffer zone in Wyoming along the Colorado border where there would be no wolf hunting or wolf trapping. By designating wolves as a predator species that can be killed without license or limits in most of the state, Wyoming has created a culture of disdain for wolves. Thankfully, we are doing things differently in Colorado, but we need to protect our efforts, our wildlife, and our taxpayer investment in our wolves from what is occurring just across the northern border. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Suzanne O'Neill, followed by Lane Walter.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Director, Deputy Director DNR. This morning, Director Davis mentioned these great fishing events where CPW played a major role, so I had to add one. And that was Hispanic Fishing Day, Dia de Pesca, which occurred in May at Garfield Lake Park in Denver. And the convening partners, of course, CPW led by Andre Egley, who did a fantastic job, and the Colorado Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and Denver Parks and Recreation, and Colorado Wildlife Federation. But CPW supplied fish. They stocked it 2 days before, stocked trout, and also 250 poles to these really excited kids. There were 400 youth and families there. And we started this program back in 2018, took a long break for COVID, and we're back. And we also get a grant that's applied for by CPW, Vamos a Pescar grant, which helps all of us out. We make matches, but it's just a great event. So I needed to add that.
Thank you. And next we'll have Lane Walter, and after that we'll shift to our virtual public comment with Julie Marshall.
I know you've heard a lot of public comment today, and I know I should never have to apologize, but you've heard a lot, and this is kind of unplanned. But as hunters as a whole, we have tended to sit in the background and not talk and not be vocal when things are talked about that sometimes are outright lies, sometimes they're misrepresented. But we're done sitting in the background when it comes to this stuff. First of all, any hunter that I know or associate with will condemn what happened to that wolf in Wyoming. I was disgusted when I saw those photos, and that wasn't hunting, that was animal cruelty, and so do not associate that with hunters. The North American model for conservation works great. Colorado Parks and Wildlife has been a leader in mountain life conservation since we started. And since they were looked at from just a predator to something that needs to be managed, and we have come leaps and bounds in that. California banned mountain lion hunting in the 90s, and the state of California still kills mountain lions. But they just do it quiet, they sweep it under the rug, and they're paying people to do it. So what's better? That they get killed by a professional sniper that's out there doing it, or that maybe we're generating some revenue for the wildlife? And California has had a huge problem in the last few years with mountain lions getting killed, over 80 of them, I believe, last year by cars. So it's creating more human conflict than it's gaining anything. I love mountain lions. I've never personally killed one, but protecting them with the North American model for conservation is what we need to do, and we need to stick to the facts on this. And when someone's lying, we need to call them out for it. I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll get Julie Marshall online.
All right.
Julie,
Can
go
you
ahead.
hear me okay?
Yes,
Okay.
please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Marshall. I'm a former public information officer for the Colorado Division of Wildlife under the late and esteemed director, John Muma. Today, I want to shine a light today on a political quagmire that can easily be avoided by this commission. This month, our agency is finalizing comments to update a plan for recreationally hunting of mountain lions into the future. Also this month, a citizen-led ballot measure is finalizing 150,000 citizen signatures for a measure to stop the recreational hunting of mountain lions now and into the future. Having these two opposing vehicles made to weigh in on recreational lion hunting riding along the same track means a vehicle crash is about to happen with casualties. And there already are casualties. This week, a public information officer published as the agency's voice an opinion against the CATS measure in a local newspaper. Speaking for the agency, he stated that CPW is not neutral on the CATS measure. As CPW, he chastised this paper for a, quote, glaring loss of hunter voices, implying all hunters are against this measure. But I can tell you, hunters continue to strongly support this measure with their letters to the editor and their op-eds and CATS is endorsed by a hunting and fishing organization. This letter also stated that CPW doesn't count the deaths of kittens from sport shooting, opposing the CATS measure directly for its ethics on this issue, and using the agency opinion directly against the CATS measure. Not that long ago, our agency also publicly undermined another predator ballot measure in the media. To legally remain neutral and maintain agency integrity, commissioners can pause this eSlope plan now, and just for the next few months during this increasingly heated election cycle, I also urge commissioners to write a letter to this paper to correct the error of the agency, and I am more than happy to assist. Thanks.
Thank you. That concludes our general public comment.
Okay, I believe that wraps the morning, doesn't it? Any other business that should probably come before us? Seeing none, we will now recess for lunch. And yeah, we'll get a report, I guess, now or after the meeting's over, but logistics for this afternoon's field visit. So Travis, is that you? I guess we're not in recess yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Director, Commissioners. Travis Black, Northwest Regional Manager. We are running quite a bit behind schedule. The transportation that we've lined up for the tour this afternoon is waiting outside as we speak. So I would encourage the commissioners to get through lunch as quickly as you can. I know we're all hungry and I don't want to rush that, but our original plan was to leave this facility at 2 o'clock. I don't know if we can accomplish that now. We will wait until everybody's ready to go, but it may shorten our tour this afternoon a little bit. The plan is to leave the tour site no later than about 5:15 so that I can get all of you back here in time to transition for dinner this evening at 6 o'clock at the Headwaters Center, which is only about a 7-8 minute drive from here. So our transportation time is about a 40-minute drive from here for the tour. I'm asking all the commissioners that are attending the tour to please ride the transportation we've lined out. Our aquatic biologists will be addressing while we drive to kind of make up a little lost time there as well. So we'll have a little bit of time on site, and then we're going to have to turn around pretty quick and make our transition back. So unless there's any questions about that, and Mr. Chair, I'll leave it up to you as far as what time you want us to depart.
I'd say I'm ready now, so everybody else eat quick and let's go.
Well, I do want to just add really quickly, in the interest of allowing commissioners time to eat, and you will likely want to change for the interest of this field trip, we're going to change our depart time to about 2:15, 2:30.
Okay.
To be a little bit more accommodating.
Meet at 2:15.
In the lobbies, and the bus is already out there waiting.
Okay. Meeting is